All right, can everybody hear me? Somebody say something in the chat to let me know if you can hear my voice. So far, so good. Those are positive responses. All right. All right, I've got kind of a loose plan for this evening, a rough outline. I don't know how well this is going to go. I know it's going to be rough at the beginning, but hopefully it smooths out towards the middle. I figured the best way to do this would be to just kick straight in and do some trivia. So I've got a 60, well, it'll be broken up 5 questions at a time, but there's a reason we have to do 60 trivia questions this evening. So we're going to do those. We're going to start off with 5. Let me get my feet under me. We're going to kind of let some more people trickle into the live. And then we're going to go into the first part of the live episode. So we're just starting off with some questions. All of these questions are part of the Final 50 Trivia Challenge. When I first put it out there, I had everybody send me 25 questions instead of 21. That way, in case some of the questions were used before or some of the questions weren't quite long enough or didn't quite fit the format of the show, I would have some extras. So then I ended up with 50 people sending in 21 great questions and 4 extra questions that were also good. So I've got 200 extra questions. I'll use 60 of them tonight, and then the other ones will trickle into random quizzes as time goes on. So we're just going to get started with episode 1001 with 5 nice warm-up questions from the Final 50 Trivia Challenge. Oh, here's where I'd actually give an introduction. There is no voice on this. This is live. The questions have been pre-recorded, but my voice will be live. So this is episode number 1001. This is where I normally say, welcome to TRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. Today's questions have been sent in by all the Final 50 trivia submissions, so good luck. Just realized. Hold on one second. Already, buffle number 1. I usually have these quizzes written out on the screen that I'm using to share. So give me 1 second to bring up episode 1001. I got to stop looking at all the chats. There's so many people that I want to say hi to, but I got a show to do. Sorry. Getting there. All right, here we go. Here we go. Question number 1. Son of Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine, he ascended to the English throne in 1189. This monarch was a military leader in the Third Crusade, and as the legend tells, he was killed by a revengeful boy's crossbow. Then his heart was embalmed and buried in the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Rouen. Who was he? The answer is Richard the First, or Richard the Lionheart. Before we go on to question 2, let me just tell you, if you're playing with somebody tonight, these questions will be broken up into 12 different sections over the night. They'll go quick, but they're only 5 questions each section. So you might want to have a piece of paper out to keep score. If you're playing with somebody, if you're just playing by yourself, just holler out the answers when you know them. You can put them in the live chat if you know them faster than everybody else, but that's not required. We're just playing just for the fun of it. Unless you're playing against somebody, and then it's for blood and beat them. Question number 2. This organ was long thought to be more a nuisance than an important part of human anatomy, resulting in its indiscriminate removal. Now, doctors know this structure has functions in removal of waste matter and targeting immune response. What body part is this? Feel like you guys are answering these. The answer is appendix. Before I'm finishing reading them, you guys are fast. Question number 3. What Italian opera by Giuseppe Verdi was set in the Old Kingdom of Egypt, where an Ethiopian princess is captured and enslaved by Egyptian military commander Radames, who struggles between his love for the title character and his loyalty to the Egyptian king? The answer is Ida. Question number 4. Which large docile Pokemon species, blue-green in color and weighing around 1,000 pounds, is most often depicted by its sleepy eyes and its closed mouth with an upward protruding fangs? That Pokemon species is the Snorlax. And question 5, last one for round 1. Everyone has heard that William Taft was the heaviest U.S. president at over 300 pounds. But which president stood only 5 foot 4 inches tall and rarely tipped the scales at 100 pounds? That diminutive president is James Madison. All right, let's pause that. That's the first 5. Let me look on the outline and see what we got going on. All right, let's see. Welcome to TRIpVIA's first live episode. We're going to get started with some trivia questions. 1 to 5 trivia questions. Got it. And now I introduce myself. All right, let me bring up the camera. Hello, my real name is Ben. On this channel, as it says on the screen, I go by RT Quizman. That stands for Road TRIpVIA, the Quiz Man. You can call me whatever you want. Some people call me RT. Some people call me Road TRIpVIA. Most people call me Ben. But on the internet, I'm going to go by RT Quizman. Kick that back over. Whenever you hear, I assume you guys can hear this song right now. If you ever hear this song playing tonight, that is me trying to figure out which file or folder I'm supposed to open. So just bear with me. I promise it'll get smoother as we go along. All right. We'll just bump up. I'll show you some pictures. This is some stuff. This is like from behind the scenes. So I'll get more into the story later, but one of the things I'm going to do, which a lot of people have asked for, is kind of talk about how, when, and why this channel got started. That story will come later, but right now I'm supposed to, I forgot I had made these. Here we go. I promise this will get smoother. Artie Quizman, that's my name. You can go by Artie, RT, or Quizman. Quizman is what most people call me when they're emailing or talking in the chat. That's just the easiest. That way you don't forget which person I am. I'm just the guy who runs the trivia quiz. I'm the guy who prefers to stay behind the camera, on the other side of the camera. I obviously have done 1,000 episodes, and I've only had my picture on the screen probably twice on 2 or 3 different episodes, and that was pre-recorded. I'm not a big fan of going live, and what you're seeing right now is obviously the reason why. But here is a picture of me. This is an old picture, but this was episode number 3 when I was first recording back in January of 2020. I was much longer hair back then. Episode number 3 of the channel. And then at the end of that year, it was a leap year, so there was 366 days. This is me on New Year's Eve at a different house. We moved in the middle of the year. And then this was me a little more recent. All these pictures look terrible, but I usually record first thing in the morning. So if my hair's ridiculous, and I don't ever have to get in front of the camera again. So I'm usually wearing pajamas and my hair usually looks like that. I actually went today and got a haircut just for this live episode. This is what I looked like when I woke up this morning. This is what I normally look like right now. And because I had a live episode today, this is what I look like right now. Well, obviously you just saw me, you saw my videos. So that's me. I'm Artie Quizman. My real name is Ben. You can call me whatever you want, but let's just go back into trivia and ask a few more questions. That's the part that everybody's here for anyway, besides the $500 cash prize. Let's see, I believe it's right here. All right. Somebody said a young Gandalf. I like it. I'll take that. We're starting with, all right, question 6 will be the next one. Question 6, in English, it is a seahorse. This creature with a horse head and a fish body is found in Greek and Roman mythology, as well as art where it is often portrayed with wings. What is this mythical being, also the name for an area of the human brain? The answer is a hippocampus. Question number 7. What novel by William Golding is this closing line from? He turned away to give them time to pull themselves together and waited, allowing his eyes to rest on the trim cruiser in the distance. The answer is Lord of the Flies. Question number 8. What is the name of the mathematical sequence in which each number is the sum of the 2 preceding ones, which was first described in Indian mathematics as early as 200 BC and is named after an Italian mathematician who introduced it to the Western world? The answer is the Fibonacci sequence. Fibonacci is the guy's name. So if you said Fibonacci, I will gladly take it. Question number 9. In 1926, a separate division of the Army was established for all things aeronautical. Not until after proving its importance in World War II was this military force separated from the Army. On September 26, 1947, the Secretary of Defense formed what military force? All things aeronautical. The answer is the U.S. Air Force. Now, a lot of these questions I feel like were thrown my way. I tell a little bit of behind the scenes stuff. My wife is in the Air Force. I just moved to Ohio. I'm from England. I feel like a lot of these questions have been kind of revolved around. A lot of the questions that were sent in were aimed towards me, especially a handful of quizzes had Ninja Turtle questions, and everybody knows I like the Ninja Turtles. So I appreciate you tailoring your questions towards my interest, because that'll get you extra points in my book. So here is question 10. There's a blatant example of it coming up in one of the next few rounds. But here's question 10 for this round. Knitting uses a pair of needles to form loops and stitching the loops together in order to make a larger design. What is the name for the specific process to create textiles using a single hook to stitch the loops together? So we're looking for what kind of knitting uses a single hook. This is crochet. All right, let's see what's on next. Oh, okay, good idea. All right, so we've got just going to fill you in with some back history on the channel. So in 2020 is when we got started. That's when I started this channel, January 1st. It was a New Year's resolution. Originally, I had just planned on doing about 30 of them. I had 30 study sheets left over from my high school quiz bowl days. And I thought I would put them on to YouTube and I would use them personally to study. I would ask the questions and then give the answer out, and then I would use them to study back. I was playing live trivia back then on both of the Air Force bases that we were at in England. And I thought if I could study a little bit and get a little bit faster, I could win more free food at the diner. So that was my intention when I started the channel. So in 2020, we did 366 quizzes. Like I said, it was a leap year that year, so we had one extra day, and most of them were 20 question quizzes, and I had a couple of like 25, and then I had like a 200 question quiz about The Office, the television show. So in 2020, we had 7,530 questions. In 2021, we did only 365 quizzes, but I upped it. And because the year was 21, I decided to add a question 21. And I thought about doing that the next year too, and doing 22 questions, but 21 questions was plenty. So I stopped there. But with those extra questions, we did 7,713 questions total. And then in 2022, we've only done 269 quizzes so far, but that puts us at 5,697 questions. So that puts us just shy, exactly 20,940. So we're 60 questions shy of 21,000 questions. And so if I could have 1,000 episodes with 21,000 questions, I think that would be a good round number that would average out, obviously 21 questions per quiz. So the goal is tonight to do 60 questions. I've got those 60 questions picked from the Final 50 Trivia Challenge. So after tonight, Road TRIpVIA will have put out 21,000 questions. Most of them aren't repeats. There are several different variations of kind of the same question with the same answer, or a similar answer with a different question. But for the most part, 21,000 unique questions. Let's see if there was anything else I was supposed to talk about in there. Talk about how many episodes and questions. Nope, that's it. All right, going on back to trivia. Question 11 for tonight. He appeared in a number of Western series, such as Wagon Train, Bonanza, Rawhide, and The Virginian, before landing his signature role of Spock in Star Trek, the original series. What actor made the phrase "live long and prosper" iconic to his devoted fans? The answer is Leonard Nimoy. Question 12. According to Greek mythology, who was the son of Zeus and Danae that was cast into the sea by Acrisius as an infant, survived, and later went on to slay Medusa and use her head to turn his enemies to stone? He's the main guy from Clash and Wrath of the Titans. His name is Perseus. Question 13. It began as a 1950s radio show and television series, with a movie added in 1954. In the 1960s, the TV show was revived for another run. The entire franchise was produced, directed, and starred Jack Webb. What was this long-running police show featuring Sergeant Joe Friday? That show was called Dragnet. We got a lot of correct answers down there. Good job. I'm trying to keep track of everything. It's hard, just one person. I don't even know what number we're on. Question 14. Used in medicine from ancient times, and they're still being used today all over the world, this organism actually has 32 brains, 10 stomachs, 2 hearts, 300 teeth, and 3 jaws, and more than 2 pairs of eyes. What is this thing called? Those grubby little things are called leeches. I feel like that was an easy one. Oh, here's an easy one. This was sent in. Let me pause this and just let you know that this was sent in by a viewer. This was not, I did not write this one, but I wholeheartedly agree with it. Question 15. Without, this is word for word. I didn't even change any of the words. Without a slightest shadow of a doubt, and entirely verifiable through common human experience, what is the most enjoyable, interesting, varied, and best general knowledge quiz currently available online? The answer is obviously RipRIdeVlogIt. That should be a given. Hold on, somebody's making fun of my speech on here. I don't know if he's joking or not. This is why I don't record live episodes. It's much easier when I'm doing trivia to wake up in the morning, record it on the microphone. If I mess up, I can go back, instantly delete it, start again. It's so much easier than doing it live, because when you get a catch in your throat, or you got a cough, or you flub a word, it's very difficult to fix that when you're doing it live. It's a little bit easier when you're hosting live trivia. When I'm hosting live trivia, I can just play it off or pull the microphone away. But it's harder when there's a camera on your face and now 85 people watching. By the way, the most we've ever had in a premiere for an episode is 42. So we've already doubled the biggest episode we've ever had. So thank you very much, everybody who's here. 85 people is enough to make me very nervous. I've never talked in front of 85 people before, so doing trivia that I've wrote and showing pictures of myself in front of 85 people is very nerve-wracking. So let's see what we got here. Explain the final 50 challenge. First, I'm going to show you a clip from last year's intro challenge. So the first challenge we did when TRIpVIA first became monetized, that's where they start showing ads on your channel on YouTube. When I first became monetized, I decided to give away the full first month that I made on YouTube, which isn't very much. You don't make very much with a trivia channel, but I think it was $175-ish. So last year we had an intro challenge where I invited people to send in themselves anywhere in the world saying, welcome to TRIpVIA, the once a day road trip trivia quiz. And they would send it in, and whichever one of those videos got the most views after a month, they won the whole prize pack. So we did that in tune with letter trivia. So answers that end in A, answers that end in B, etc. So we had 26 people enter, and I honestly don't even remember. I saw it, who won, but I can't think of it right now, and I don't want to say the wrong name. So I'm going to show you the intro challenge video only because I need to take a break, get a drink, and take a deep breath. So here's the intro challenge video where I introduced the thing last year, and it'll just take a few minutes.
Welcome back to Road Trip. Merry Christmas. And welcome back to Road Trip. Today's episode is number 425 days holiday trivia category. This will be All right, here it is, the first ever TRIpVIA audience participation competition. This competition has came about because of two reasons. One, I recently became a monetized YouTube channel, which means that unfortunately there are ads shown during the quiz, but fortunately YouTube pays to put those ads on there based on the number of views and the number of people that see them. This channel hit 1,000 subscribers in January of this year, fulfilling the last of the requirements to become monetized. The first month with ads on there was February, and for that whole month, the channel brought in about $170 in ad revenue. As a way to say thank you to the people who watch this channel, and as a way to get a little more interactive with the viewers and have some fun, I wanted to hold a competition. Now, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do for the competition, but I had received an email one day not that long ago from some longtime viewers in Australia. And that gave me an idea because they had sent me a video of one of them doing an impression of the TRIpVIA video intro. I think they were making fun of me, but that's all right. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, sorry. Hello, guys. Welcome to a new episode of TRIpVIA, live from the blueberry fields in Australia. Unfortunately, the coronavirus has affected most other countries apart from Australia, so we are still able to live and work in the blueberry fields. But we are very bored here and need quizzes. But thank you to TRIpVIA for being that quiz for us today, like something like that.
That gave me the idea I was waiting for. So what I'm going to do is open it up and allow anybody to send me a video to roadtripvia@gmail.com of you giving an intro to the trivia quiz. All you'll need to say in it is welcome to TRIpVIA, the once a day road trip trivia quiz. Hello, welcome to TRIpVIA, the once a day road trip trivia quiz. The video has to be at least 20 seconds long, so you can fill the rest of it up with whatever you want, wherever you are, whatever landmarks are around you, whether it's a blueberry field in Australia or in front of the Keeper of the Plains in Wichita, in London, Canada, Texas. Hello, welcome to TRIpVIA, the once a day road trip trivia quiz. I can see on the analytics page that there are some viewers in Ireland and Scotland. And crazy enough, we actually have quite a few viewers from the Philippines. I would love to get an intro video from the Philippines. Anyways, what I'll do is put that 20-second clip at the beginning of a trivia quiz next month. And all of the trivia quizzes next month are going to be letters of the alphabet trivia. So they should all be pretty even on popularity. I'm not going to give somebody advanced calculus trivia and then another person the before and after category, which is pretty popular category. So the first 26 entries will all receive a letter of the alphabet for their quiz. So the quiz will be answers that start with A. The first person to send in their video will get the letter A. The 26th person will get the letter of Z. And that's going to pretty much, at the beginning of April, we'll do April trivia and April birthdays like normal. But the A to Z competition will pretty much run the entire month of April. So the competition starts when your quiz is published until the end of May. So the letter A is going to get a little bit of a head start on the letter Z. Whichever video has the most views at midnight my time on the last day of May is going to win. I'll email them back the very next day. The first day of June, I'll figure out what I need to do to get you $170, which is all the money that we made in February of this year, our first month as a monetized YouTuber. So whether I have to PayPal you, Venmo, Cash App, send you Bitcoin, whatever we need to do, we'll get it figured out and I'll get it to you. So one of the viewers of this channel is going to win all the money that this channel made on YouTube. Anybody can enter, anybody can win. I'm just going to stick it in the front of a letter trivia. Whichever one of those happens to have the most views.
All right, yada, yada, yada. He just talks and blads on and on. He does that from time to time. Some of those submissions that I got were excellent. I got everything from here. I'll just show a few of them. I'm not going to show all of them.
TRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz, brought to you from Lancaster in Lancashire, England. This is Lancaster Castle, a beautiful historic town in northern England.
Hello and welcome to Road TRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz.
I like this
Brought to
guy.
you from truck stop. I drive trucks. I don't go anywhere interesting. I don't pass anywhere interesting. I don't live anywhere interesting. Enjoy the quiz.
Here was a really good one. I think this was the first one we got. The first one that was sent in to us came from London.
Hello, and welcome to Road TRIpVIA, your once-a-day road trip trivia quiz.
Like and subscribe below. Leave a comment below for what you think the next trivia should be. Tune in every day, 12 p.m. Central Time.
I think the only person that, I could be wrong, if I am wrong, correct me, but I think the only person that entered the intro challenge and the final 50 trivia challenge was this fella right here.
Welcome to Road TRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. I've been enjoying liquid refreshments at one of the many fine wineries in the Livermore Valley of California. If your next road trip takes you to the San Francisco Bay Area, come out and join me. Cheers.
All right, there's another excellent entry into the Road TRIpVIA intro chat.
That was David. He also entered into the final 50 trivia challenge, which is cool that someone's been watching that long and has not got bored. We had so many good ones. I know, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if he said it in here, but there's a fella from Denmark that also was in both of the competitions. Here's his entry into last year's. I know that he submitted one this year also.
Hi, from Albertslund, just outside Copenhagen, Denmark. Welcome to the Road Trip Trivia Quiz, the once a day road trip trivia quiz. Like and subscribe below.
From Albertslund, Denmark, which is pretty awesome. So there have been at least two. That's pretty cool. And then I just had so many good ones last year.
Welcome to Road TRIpVIA. Once a day
Monument Valley.
Quiz. We're at Forest Gump Monument Valley.
She called it
I think I want to go home now.
She called it the Forrest Gump Road. But there.
Road TRIpVIA, the once a day road trip trivia quiz. Today's intro is coming to you from Madison Range, just outside of Ennis, Montana.
I'm pretty sure this is the fella who won it.
And welcome to Road TRIpVIA, the once a day road trip trivia quiz. I'm here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I would like you to like and subscribe, even though he doesn't say it enough. We appreciate everything that you do on this channel. Good luck.
He didn't win because he was so nice. He won because his video had the most. And then there's another group, another couple that
Welcome to Road TRIpVIA.
That has a YouTube channel themselves called RipRIdeVlogIt, and I'll put a link to it in the description after the episode. But these guys submitted one, and they actually have a really interesting YouTube channel as well. They do they go to like theme parks and they try American candy. I think they're from Manchester, so pretty interesting if you're into that kind of stuff. But here was their submission, I think from Manchester.
Welcome to Road TRIpVIA.
Your one today road trip trivia quiz. We're here in front of Manchester Cathedral. Yeah, we love your channel. Keep doing what you do. It's awesome.
So I thought that was good. I'll show one more. Like I said, we
Road TRIpVIA, the once a day road trip trivia quiz from Hermoso Grove in Oakman, Alabama.
From Hermoso Grove in Oakman, Alabama. Let's see. Actually, let's just go straight into more trivia till I figure out what I'm doing here. All right, question 16. Speaking in its own unique language, but programmed to learn English over time, what fuzzy, colorful children's toy was introduced by Tiger Electronics in 1998 and instantly became the must-have toy of that holiday season? The answer is the Furby. Question 17. On September 29th, 1920, questions like this, when they send questions in for my birthday or for the live episode that's airing today, and they do a date on September 29th, I gotta feel like they're throwing that to me on purpose, and I dig it. It's not a question about me, but it is on my birthday, 102 years ago. All right, continuing. On September 29th, 1920, this New York Yankee set a new home run season record at 54 with a ninth inning shot off Dave Keefe against the Philadelphia A's. Who was this individual said to be responsible for the 86-year curse of the Bambino, preventing a Red Sox World Series win? Telling you, it's hard live. The answer is George Ruth, or as you probably know him, Babe Ruth. Question 18. This object is a mechanical model of the solar system, using a clockwork to spin and revolve metal balls and so illustrate such phenomena as day and night, the seasons, lunar phases, and eclipses. What is the name given to this apparatus? It's an shoot, I don't even know how to say it. An orrery. I'm going to call it an orrery, but that's one of the things when it's not live that I jump over to Google real quick and Google how to say it or how to pronounce it. And it never fails, no matter how I pronounce words like that. Somebody gets onto the comments and says I pronounce it wrong, but I would try to pronounce them correctly. That is an orrery. It's the little mechanical thing that you see in the old TV shows where they're showing how the world spins around the sun. Anyways, moving right along to question number 19. This flower's name derives from the Turkish word for turban and is the national flower of the Netherlands. What is the name of these flowers that are usually large, showy, and brightly colored? The answer is the tulip. And question 20. Fern Arable saves a runt pig she names Wilbur. When Wilbur grows too large, he is sold and soon discovers he will become Christmas dinner. Wilbur befriends a barn-dwelling creature who saves his life by writing about him in what 1952 classic children's novel by E.B. White? Looking for the name of the book, not just the name of the person writing about him. The answer is Charlotte's Web. All right, first 4 rounds are done. There's 2 more sets of those rounds. Let me jump over and see what we got going on.
What do the initial...
I'm gonna mute that, pop that up while I'm looking. All right. All right, you've got volume. You can hear me. Oh, you guys, I've just got that playing in the background just so you're not constantly looking at a blank screen. The next part that I have to do tonight on the live trivia is an AMA, which is like an Ask Me Anything, which is nice because now I finally get to read what some of the people are asking, some of the questions that are popping up over here. I will start off with some questions that were already sent in to me from David, the fellow who I said submitted one last year for the intro challenge and this year for the final 50. His first question was, how did you decide on the goal of doing trivia videos for 3 years or 1,000 episodes, and how have you been able to maintain the focus and enthusiasm to follow through? And the truth is, I kind of mentioned it earlier, I never had any intention of doing 1,000 episodes when I first started. Naturally, I'm a pretty lazy person, and every year around January 1st, well, through the holidays, it really hits and I become really lazy. So I have to make pretty specific New Year's resolutions. And that year, I remember trying to think of something to do. I was fresh into England. We'd only been there for a couple months. I'd only been off the fire department for a few months. I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do, but the only thing that I was doing that I enjoyed was playing trivia on the bass. So I thought I would get better at that, because if I could win first place, it was enough to buy food the following week at the diner. So the plan was to get better at trivia. And in high school, we always had these study guides of famous authors, famous poems, famous books, stuff like that, capital cities. So I thought, well, I'll make those into videos, and then I'll be able to watch them back and kind of quiz myself and get better at trivia. And then as I started kind of exploring the idea and looking into doing stuff on YouTube, I started seeing a lot of stuff that kind of motivated me a little bit more to do a little bit more elaborate videos. So I think originally I was going to do 30. I was going to do the whole month of January, and I did 30, and I thought, well, it was doing pretty good. And the Super Bowl was coming up. So I thought, well, I'll do one for the Super Bowl, which was February 2nd. And I kind of kept going. I was working at the time, so it was just while I was working. But then a few weeks after that episode 30 came out, I got furloughed from my job because of coronavirus. So in England, when they got furloughed, you got 80% of your paycheck of your contracted pay. You just didn't have to show up to work. And it was only supposed to last for 10 days. So then I thought, well, this is pretty cool. So then I did a whole lot of trivia in those 10 days for when I went back to work. And then at the end of the 10 days, they said they were going to make it 30 days. So I was way ahead. So I kept going ahead. And then at the end of the 30 days, they said they're going another 30 days. So then I was really enjoying it. I was getting to go out and walk quite a bit, but I kept going with the trivia, and I think I was at about 50 or something. And I decided, well, I'll just do 100 quizzes. I'll definitely be back to work by then. And after 100 quizzes, I'll call it good, and I'll have plenty of study material. And after 100 days, we still weren't back at work. England was still under lockdown. And in fact, I think it was even worse than episode 40. So it was getting worse, and I was just at home all the time. So then kind of all of my creative and my only outlet was doing trivia. So I stuck with it. And when I hit 100, I decided to go for the full 365. I was just going to do a full year of trivia. By this point, I was kind of liking it. I think when I hit 100 episodes, I only had 40 or so subscribers. So I wasn't motivated by the amount of people that were watching. I just thought it would be cool if I could do a full year worth of trivia. And then by the end of that year, YouTube emailed me. I think I was at 850 subscribers. And they said, just so you know, when you hit 150, your channel becomes, a paid partner of YouTube, and they start putting ads on there. But then you start making, a little bit of money coming in. And I thought, well, that's pretty cool. So then my next year's New Year's resolution was to go for another year. And so that's what I did. I got monetized in January, went for a whole nother year, but then it didn't feel right ending on whatever that was, 765 episodes, whatever 2 years worth of it was. It wasn't a good number to stop on. So I thought, well, I'll go to 1,000, because that puts me about 1 month back in the States. And surely by then I'll have another job and have something going on, and we'll be ready to stop at episode 1,000. That brings us to today. Today is exactly 1,001 days since I started the trivia quiz. If you've been watching for a while, you know that I haven't hit every day, that a lot of days I've missed, and I've made it up with 2 or 3 the next day where I've gotten ahead. It hasn't been one a day every day like the tagline would lead you to believe, but it has been 1,001 episodes of trivia over the course of 1,001 days, which I thought was pretty cool. So that's where we're at right now. I've decided not to stop. It was supposed to be the final 50. I was going to be done after this. I'm really not sure what my schedule will be after this, how often I'll do them. I'm kind of letting the crowd, the viewers, let me know what it's going to be, but I'm having a lot of fun doing it. And I've been hosting live trivia, and I've been hosting Zoom quizzes. and I've got invited to private parties to host trivia. So I think there's something here, and I'm kind of having fun with it. So I'm not going to stop, but I got to be honest, the next couple of weeks, I'm going to enjoy just taking a little bit of a break, because I've never done 1,001 days of anything, and 1,001 days of writing trivia, you run out of stuff to look up. You run out of stuff to write. So, all right, let me peek over and see what other kind of questions we got. If you have a question, you can put it in there. I'm probably going to miss some of it. Like I said, I've never had a live episode, and I've definitely never had one with 90 people in it. So if I miss your question, you can definitely send me an email, roadtripvia@gmail.com. That's my email. I read everything. I'll reply back to you. If I ever do a live episode again, I'll put your question on there. But one of the questions is, what city whose downtown is driven through at the end of certain episodes, like 996? Any city that I drove through the downtown that I have video of, that's Wichita, Kansas. That's where we're from originally. That's where I was a firefighter at. Wichita, Kansas, there's a lot of pictures from there. There's pictures of the old stadium. Depending on what block of quizzes you watch, if you go back to the early 100s, most of the pictures are from Wichita, and then there's a few scattered in there beyond. But Wichita, Kansas is the main city that I had pictures of. Now it's kind of all over, but the early quizzes, definitely Wichita. And next question was, what do you do for a living that has taken you from the US to the UK and back again for the lifespan of Road TRIpVIA? So what I do for a living is Road TRIpVIA. Actually, I just follow, my wife is in the Air Force. So I used to be a firefighter and in Wichita, and I got married while I was on the fire department, and she was working at a bank. And then all of a sudden she decided she didn't want to work at a bank, and she joined the military, and then the military sent her to England. And so I had a choice between commuting back and forth between Wichita, Kansas and London. And I decided that probably wasn't going to work out. So I don't think I officially retired. I had 10 years on the fire department. I officially just quit. But it was a tough choice. It wasn't like I wanted to quit, but if you had to pick the two, I decided to go with her. I've actually got some pictures. Let's see here. Pictures to share. So I was on the fire department. When people ask what I do now, and I say I make YouTube videos, it sounds silly. I used to be a real firefighter. This is me. Let's make sure the video's up. Yeah, so that's me back when I was on the fire department. That was only a few years ago. That was probably 4 months before I started Road TRIpVIA, maybe 6 months before I started Road TRIpVIA, because that was right towards the end before I left. And my brother is still on. That's him right there. He's an officer now. So that's me. I'm tired because I just came out. I just put out the fire. He was out here handing out Gatorades. So that's why he doesn't look as sweaty and hot and tired. Maybe it's a good idea for me to get out of the fire service. But like I said, I got engaged while on the fire department. That's my wife. Her father was a firefighter also. This was my crew. I think Matt Kirshen right here. He's in the chat right now. I've seen him. Ryan Rust is either in the chat or will be watching it tomorrow. I know a lot of these guys I still talk to. Abby is right here. I still talk to her. She's downstairs right now. And let's see. So that's my brother and I were firefighters. We got on back in 2009. My dad was also a firefighter. This is him. We're third generation firefighters. That's Don, and his dad was a firefighter. This is Fred over here in the dark shirt at the very end. That's Fred. So when people ask what I do for a living, it's tough to say YouTube videos, because I used to do something cool like Like I was a firefighter. I drove these big engines, but I chose to follow my wife to England with her career. And officially, since I'm on camera, I have not regretted it one bit. Let me pull up. That's the live episode. All right. Give me a second while I look up the next thing. It might just be trivia. Oh, unless there's any more questions. Let's see. I'll answer some of these quick questions that I see right here. Josh Gaines says Abby's channel is better. Abby does have a YouTube channel that I run also. We haven't done much on it, but we're about to do more. That's it right there. American Abby, it's in the chat. What's I in the movie? Yeah, I was in a couple of small, low-budget movies back in high school in the film club. Taylor's brother is also a firefighter, but he's in the Army. Very similar, firefighter and military. Matthew Kirshen says, Station 1 for life. That's where I was for all 10 years. It was the station to be, the biggest station at the biggest department in the state of Kansas. It was excellent. Kimberly Beckstrom wants to know, what's the smallest state in the U.S.? Maybe that's just a question for a trivia quiz. How about Rhode Island? I got a doppelganger in Trinidad and Tobago. Interesting. Ricky says, what's your favorite trivia category? Now, Ricky has sent in trivia quizzes. He emails me. He's a very active participant in the Road TRIpVIA community. So I love answering him. He's a very smart guy. He asked me what my favorite category is. My favorite category is movie trivia. And that is such a bummer to me because when I post movie trivia, nobody watches it. I think probably because this is a worldwide channel and a lot of the movies that I watch don't make it out worldwide. I mean, obviously the big ones do, like Star Wars, but there's a lot of movies that I watch that don't get put out. My favorite category is Saturday night at the movies. Whenever I'm in town, in Wichita, seeing family, we have got to be the nicest theaters in the country. The Warren Theaters, East and West. Now, they've recently been bought out by Regal. Not that recent, but since I've left England, bought out by Regal. And they're not as good now. They're not ran as well, but they were built so cool that they're just an amazing place to see a movie. You can tell they've got their iconic neon clocks. That's the only thing I didn't like about them is they have them in the movie theaters right next to the screen. Not ideal, but look how cool it is. I mean, just a really cool place. So you'll recognize these from my Saturday night at the movie episodes. I have clips from inside here. You got to sneak in your own hot dogs though, because I can't afford a $9 hot dog. And it's so big. They've got 30 or 40 screens, and then the IMAX. This IMAX is the second biggest in the country. The biggest is also a Warren, but it's in Oklahoma. And you'll recognize that picture. That was when I came home to watch Ghostbusters on the IMAX. Well worth it. All right, I'm going to pop up another trivia quiz here. Oh, shoot, that's my... Yeah, my camera is on. I'm trying not to have resting bin face, but it's tough. I'm not used to having the camera on. Trivia. All right, here we go. Fresh 5. This will be question 21 once we get started. By the way, all of these pictures that you see in between, these have all been taken, obviously, by me on different road trips. Vegas is one of my favorite spots. You'll see a lot of different Vegas pictures from the last few years, but all the pictures that I use in between, unless they're obvious, like I've used doing state capitals and stuff like that, I've used pictures that are obviously like off of Google. But all the ones that look like road trip style pictures, those have all been taken on road trips. Some more recent than others. I've got a lot of the old ones on there. Whenever you see the orange Ford Explorer, you know that was a road trip pre-England times. And if you don't see it, then that means it's probably post-England because we took that car everywhere. So here's question 21 for tonight. This South African anti-apartheid activist and the first black president of this country was elected in a fully representative democratic election. What is the name of this man who said, "Resentment is like drinking poison and then hoping it will kill your enemies"? The answer is Nelson Mandela. Question 22. The fleur-de-lis is a stylized lily historically associated with the French monarchy. It is also on the Quebec flag. What is the NFL team that has this symbol on their helmets? The answer is the New Orleans Saints. Question 23, here's a toughie. What German word with no English equivalent translates to grief bacon and is a noun that describes the weight one gains during a time of overeating from an emotional condition? The answer is Kummerspeck. Now, I didn't know there was an actual medical condition for what I suffered when I went to England for 3 years. But after I got off the fire department and moved to England, and then they locked down because of coronavirus, I had a whole lot of grief bacon going on, and I gained a little bit of weight. I was not the svelte young firefighter that I used to be. So now I know that if a doctor asks, I can say it was Kummerspeck. Kummerspeck? Any Germans out there know how to pronounce that? Probably Paul Fo does. He's from Denmark. He probably knows how to pronounce that. Kummer or Kummerspeck? We'll move on to question 24. This movie is set mainly in Australia. It begins with two friends in Brooklyn who, in order to repay a debt to a gangster, have to travel to Australia to deliver an envelope. The envelope is in the pocket of a jacket which was put on a not-so-dead marsupial. What 2003 movie was this? The answer is Kangaroo Jack. And question 25. Rainbows are seen the world over, north, east, south, and west. I've never found a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow, but nowhere else either. Do you know how many colors are in a rainbow? The answer is 7. You got to remember the acronym Roy G. Biv. That's Royal, Orange, Yellow, Green, Blue, Indigo, and Violet. 7 colors in a rainbow. The This question I put in there because it's funny, because it illustrates a point. I have a template for what I do trivia on. So all of the questions have to fall between basically 30 and 50 words, or else it would just be so time consuming to do the videos that I would not get one out every day. So when I did the final 50 trivia challenge, I told everybody they had to have 30 to 50 words in their question. So this question is basically how many colors are in a rainbow, but that's only 6 or 7 words. So they've clearly taken the time, and I know that I am guilty of doing this on my questions sometimes, telling a story that doesn't need to be told. But I love this question because it's rainbows are seen. I feel like a kid who has to write a 500-word essay. So you say very, 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 very much just to get to the end. When you say north, east, south, and west, that's where rainbows are seen everywhere. So I thought that was funny, and I know what it's like to have to do that. So let's see what is up next. After question 26. Oh, yeah. I've got a funny video. This has been asked if I did trivia or how long I've been doing trivia. So I've been doing trivia. I remember watching Jeopardy growing up and not being good at it. And then I think around middle school, I started to get a few right. And then I really liked it. Then all of a sudden it was my favorite show. And in middle school, we had Scholars Bowl. And then in high school, we had Scholars Bowl. I've got an old video clip. This is from our Scholars Bowl team in high school. There's probably...
In base 3, what is the logarithm of 1/9?
315. So I know Jaden and Josh are in this chat. They'll recognize some faces from this video. In my high school yearbook, so I was on the Scholars Bowl team 2 years in middle school and 4 years in high school, and I feel like I was pretty good at it. Now this guy right here, let me make sure you can see this. This fella right here, he was a genius. So it didn't matter how good you were at Scholars Bowl because he was on our team, so we won all the time anyway. He would say stuff like, if it takes you, if the person reading the question gets to the end of the question and then you say the answer, you don't know, you're just guessing. So he would buzz in before the questions were done. He was the sharpest dude ever. I mean, he would just kill at trivia. He probably doesn't watch Road Trivia because it's child's play to him. It's like counting to your, doing your ABCs. But in high school, I really loved trivia. And actually, I was quoted in our yearbook. They asked me for a quote for the Scholars Bowl team. And I quoted from this tournament right here. This was the only time in high school that I got a math question correct.
Art plane 4. Sorry, correct answer is Langston Hughes. Next language arts question.
So this is me over here.
A 3-letter word may mean the track made by the passage of a wheel, or what unit? That was 2, excuse me.
Rut.
Yes, that's right.
Hope you guys can hear this.
Final language arts question. What 2-word phrase refers to a work not or no longer protected by copyright? That was 2.
Public domain.
Yes, that's right. You'll have 30 seconds for this math question.
All right. So let me set this up for you. I don't do math questions. When they give us 30 seconds and we have a piece of paper to write on, I would draw pictures of Ninja Turtles and show them to the other players so that they would, laugh, because it's super inappropriate and because I knew Tim was going to get it right anyway. And if not, this is Jake. He was also a super math genius, and Matt was good at everything. He knew everything. So I feel like I was good at trivia, but it's hard to stand out at trivia when you're on a team with like real deal geniuses. So I was kind of the goofball. If you follow along in my life and my career, that's kind of been my position everywhere I go. But in this particular instance, she asked the question, and I just wrote down what I thought was the answer. You'll see here.
What three arithmetic means would lie between the numbers 10 and 22?
So I just wrote down what I thought was the correct answer, and I'm showing it. And I'm like, what do you think about this? And I said, oh, I don't know if it's right. Here's a number if nobody has a guess.
That was 1.
13, 16, and 19.
Yes, that's right. It's okay.
So that was the only math question I got right. I got the geometric mean between 11 and 22, and I'm still not even sure how it gets there. I just I just guessed really, but I got it right. And the look on Tim's face when it happened, he was shocked, and it was the highlight of my high school Scholars Bowl career. So I've been playing trivia and Scholars Bowl for a long time. Like I said, I used to watch Jeopardy and didn't like it until I started getting good at it. Then it started to become more enjoyable. All right. Yeah, that actually, I'll just go ahead and do 5 more trivia questions, which I believe is 26 through 30. And then I'll tell you about modern time trivia competing. Let's see. All right. Got some easy ones here. Question number 26. Who is the entrepreneur who was born June 28th, 1971 in South Africa to a South African father and a Canadian mother and founded Zip2 at an early age? The answer is Elon Musk. Question 27. In 1876, the coward Jack McCall shot and killed Wild Bill Hickok in the Deadwood Territory of what is now the state of South Dakota. According to the legend, what cards was Hickok holding what has become now known as the Dead Man's Hand? This is an easy one. If you know anything about poker, and I happen to just see that Logan's in the chat. Logan, my Marine buddy from back overseas, he's an American, but he was overseas with his wife the same way I was. We played a lot of cards. So he's actually probably watching this because it's past midnight now. So he's probably watching this while playing cards, either with his wife or she's already gone to bed. But the Dead Man's Hand is now known as aces and eights. He had 2 pair. That's what he died holding. So if you ever get aces and eights, know that that's now called the Dead Man's Hand. Josh Gaines says, I don't believe you ever played cards. Well, I know you know better than that. I do love an occasional trip to the casino. All right, this is a tough one. Question 28. These neutron stars, called stellar corpses, possess the extreme magnetic fields, the most extreme magnetic fields known. These fields are so intense that they will heat the star's surface to 18 million degrees Fahrenheit. What is this type of star called? What is another word for a stellar corpse? It's magnetic fields. It's called a magnetar. Question 29, featuring the voice talents of David Spade, John Goodman, Patrick Warburton, and Eartha Kitt. This animated feature film from Disney was praised for its great cast, razor-sharp jokes, and fast pacing. What is the name of this popular animated movie? Taylor with the fast answer. Emperor's New Groove. That is a good one. And question 30. Often labeled as the first modern novel, this Spanish epic, published in 2 parts in 1605 and 1615, is one of the most translated books in the world. Written by Miguel de Cervantes, what is the name of this founding work of Western literature? Dang, Taylor in again. She's fast. She or he? Taylor. Oh, that's a she. Taylor. The answer is Don Quixote. All right. So now we've done old high school, where it all started. Now, before I started, when I was playing trivia and doing Road TRIpVIA merely as a study guide to help me get better at trivia, I played on both of the bases in England. We were stationed at Lakenheath, but Mildenhall was real close, and they both had a trivia night. So I played on a team. We changed our name every week, but I like to think we were pretty good. Let me bring up, while I'm bragging on my team, let me see you. So we changed our name all the time. One of the names we stuck with a lot was like Serious Quizness or Risky Quizness, but we changed it all the time. I'll play a little clip for you of us winning. 2 things about this. One, I was on another good trivia team. If you follow along on the channel, you'll see in our community tab, I always post pictures when we won, and we had Gloriani and Luke. They're the ones that actually just got married in Hawaii. You'll see pictures from that coming up in the future. I took a ton of pictures for new Road TRIpVIA episodes. So I say it all the time, but congratulations, Luke and Gloriani. We were at their first marriage when they got married in England. Then they ran off to Scotland, and then we went with them to Hawaii when they got married. A great couple and a couple of geniuses. It was very easy to win these quizzes with them. So I've got a little clip that just shows some of the quizzes, some of the endings of the games we won. I'm gonna take a little break and have something to drink. So yeah, here, watch this. I don't know if there's any sound on this one. I don't think so. Oh, there'll be sound later. That one they won without me. That's Abby, my wife, Gloriani, and Luke. Every time you see one of these cards, that's a first place. That's the
With 61 points, we have Quiz on My Pizza.
Our name was not Quiz on My Pizza.
So that leaves first place. In first place, can I get another drum roll, please? With 57 points, we have Inquisitive Hurley. Congratulations, and honestly, probably the best team member tonight. So with that.
Quizzy McGuire was another mainstay.
In first place with 72 points, we have Quiz Khalifa. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, same time,
Abby,
same place
Gloriani,
next week.
and Luke.
If tonight was not your night, next week is down.
That's it right there, the dream team. So I played with them all the time until Jay, the announcer in there, she had to step down from that position because she had, I think she was getting a PhD or she was doing something way more important than trivia night. So she asked if I would take over as the host, and that's when I started hosting live trivia, which was fun, but it did bring an end to the dominant reign of serious quizness. So I enjoyed it, but I also regretted it because the other base never opened back up their trivia night after coronavirus. So this was the only trivia game in town, and I was hosting it. So it was fun because they kept coming and they kept winning, but not with me. They didn't need me for their team. So if this guy right here looks familiar, his name is Luke Von Thompson. I've got a clip of him. Let's see. This is Luke Von Thompson. Let me pull up. Here we go. All right. So one of the cool things about Luke is not only is he a gifted, have I got this video up? Okay. All right. Not only is he a gifted drummer, but he also plays guitar and keyboards and like every other instrument. That's what he does. He teaches during the day and he rocks hard all weekend. And when he's got some spare time, he does theme songs for small time YouTube channels. At least one that I know of. He is the one who wrote, composed, and put together this theme right here. I think you guys can hear that. Can you hear what's going on right now? Excellent. So he'd kind of brought it up that maybe he would do that for me if I was nice to him. And I thought that would, let me bring up that video. Where'd it go? That one. I thought it would be really cool. So he was kind of asking me what kind of feel I was going for. And I said sort of Jeopardy-y, sort of like the old Jeopardy show, sort of like a 1990s television show, just kind of like a nice, chill road trip song that sounds like something that you might listen to, that would kind of be catchy and get caught in your head. And when he presented me with the rough draft of this, I was like, oh, that's perfect. Let's go with it. I put it on some of my first videos. I've got his name in all of the descriptions. And then he gave me the extended kind of a little bit, it's got a little bit more instrumental stuff going on in the background. And it's a little bit longer. So you'll hear this on all of the quizzes from now on. You'll hear a lot of songs in there, but this is going to be the permanent Road TRIpVIA theme song. That's from Luke Von Thompson. That's an original. So he can't charge me royalties after this. He made it specifically for me. It was a gift, no takebacks. No matter how many subscribers this channel ends up getting, that one was free. Let's see. So let's see. Oh, okay. All right. I remember. There's one other story I want to tell about Luke. And besides, I met him and his wife, his now wife, at trivia night. His wife worked with my wife, and so we met at trivia night. And then she told us about him. I think he did come into trivia night. Anyways, I'm blabbering now. But one of the cool things about Luke was we were talking about trivia. I really liked trivia, and he's in a tribute band in England for the Fillers. And so they play a lot of Killers for the Killers. He's called the Fillers. He plays Killers songs. And I was talking about how much I like trivia and Jeopardy. And he said, oh, well, the Killers or the Fillers have been featured on 2 different Jeopardy episodes, or not featured, but they've had a question asked about them on 2 different episodes. So he sent me these pictures today just so he could prove it. The Fillers and Hot Fuss are UK bands that pay tribute to what Las Vegas Quartet? That was on 1 episode of Jeopardy. So he is the Fillers. Like, there's not multiple Fillers bands. He is the guy, or the drummer of the Fillers, which is pretty cool. And then they actually had another one. So not just 1 question on Jeopardy, but 2. And I think you were supposed to name what band they were the cover band for. So this was the Fillers, and then that's one of their songs. You know, you got to help me out. So I thought it was super cool that 2 of the things that I really liked was trivia night and the TV show Jeopardy. And then this guy comes in, joins my trivia team, and he's been on Jeopardy. I mean, technically his name has been on Jeopardy, which is just the highest. I mean, and that was Alex Trebek Jeopardy. So that was real Jeopardy back in the day. You can't even do that anymore. Let me make sure I got everything. Okay, we're going to jump over to question 31 through 35. Let's see. Sorry, this is taking so long. I've misplaced my video. Then that's going. And Don Quixote. All right, here we go. I appreciate you guys staying with me. Right now, there are 85 people in the live stream. Again, that's more than double I've ever had before, and we're going on an hour and a half in. The original plan, when I thought there was going to be 3 people in here and it was just going to be my friends, I was planning on making it to midnight my time because I thought it'd be cool to roll over tomorrow. Well, tonight at midnight is my birthday. So the plan was to just sit here and show old episodes and talk about it with my 3 friends. But with 85 people, I feel like I better keep the party going, keep the questions coming, and, you know, not just get boring. So we'll move right on to question 31. If you're keeping track, you should be, well, you're about halfway done. So you can see who's ahead if you're playing against somebody right now. And play. Question 31. A Chinese-American architect was renowned for his creative use of modern architecture with natural elements. Some of what man's notable designs include the Sundrome at JFK Airport, the John F. Kennedy Presidential Library, the Museum of Islamic Art in Doha, and the Place Ville Marie in Montreal. Who is that architect? The answer is I.N. Pei. Question 32, also called Hansen's disease. What bacterially transmitted disease has largely diminished in the United States but remains a sizable problem in South America, in part because of the risk of contraction while preparing armadillos for consumption? What's the disease you get from armadillos? It's already my birth. Oh, the answer is leprosy. Sorry, I got excited. Mr. Hoibaba says, happy birthday from Belgium. It's 1:30 a.m. here. So if you're in England or further east, it's already my birthday. I will accept happy birthdays now in the comments. Question 33. 5-digit zip codes were introduced in 1963 by the U.S. Postal Service. The word zip was chosen to imply faster mail delivery would occur if senders used a zip code as part of the mailing address. But zip is also actually an acronym for what phrase? It is an acronym for a zone improvement plan. Question 34, a land of extreme opposites. This island is home to a constantly active volcanic plateau, as well as an iceberg named Vatnajökull. What is this country, home of such musical talents as Björk and of Monsters and Men? The answer is Iceland. And question 35. The first woman to appear on a U.S. postage stamp was Queen Isabella in 1893. Who, in 1902, was the first American woman honored on a stamp, probably because of her very famous husband? So the first woman was Queen Isabella. Who was the first American woman? The answer is Martha Washington. That's question 35. I got a question. Did I film the trip to Iceland? Yes, I filmed it and I took pictures. We went with my wife and her friend. In fact, I've got enough video to put together for an American Abbey video, so that'll be coming out soon if you follow her channel as well. If you don't, it's no big deal. But I took a ton of pictures. There is an Iceland template on these quizzes. You'll see it about every 7 days if you go backwards. A lot of crazy pictures. That was the only time I've obviously ever been anywhere like Iceland. A very cool place to see. We went and it just rained all weekend, and even with just the terrible inclement weather, it was awesome. So let's see. All right. Next up is, it says episodes that I like. I don't know if I want to do episodes that I like. That was more if there was only 3 or 4 people in here. I think we'll skip right ahead and do some pictures. All right. So I'll just show. Let's see. We've got some pics to share.
Is known for his flamboyant stage persona, 4-octave vocal range, and is regarded as one of the greatest singers in the history of rock music, as the lead vocalist in Queen.
This is just some of the behind-the-scenes stuff that goes on while I'm filming. Some of the
is Freddie Mercury.
Some of the places that I've had to film from. That was in Las Vegas. Depending on trying to keep up. Sometimes I can get far enough ahead, but sometimes I'm not very studious and or efficient. So I have to bring my laptop with me on these trips. So that was in Las Vegas. This was in Grand Rapids. That's just a picture of it. I was set up in a hotel. This is what my studio looks like when I'm on the go. I have to have 2 screens, one for the questions, one for my video editor, and then there's usually a Mountain Dew and some candy somewhere around here. Tonight I have a rock star because it's a live episode, so I had to pull out all the big guns. So that's what it looks like. Last year I came home and it was actually the last time I got a haircut. I came home for a friend's wedding. Got a video of it right here. So yeah, this was the last time I got a haircut. I came home. This was in Louisiana. You'll see a Louisiana template on the trivia quizzes, also every 7 days. Came home for Kyle and his wife, also named Abby's wedding. We had this crazy Cajun wedding, met a lot of cool people. And then afterwards, I don't remember what the name of the bar was. It was called like the Gator Hole or the Gator Snout, something very Cajun-y. So then we went out to the Gator Snout and we're out all night. And then the next morning I had to wake up. Oh, here's me.
2, 3, 5, 7, and 11 are the first 5 examples of what group of numbers whose collective name begins with the letter P.
So that was the morning after the wedding. I'm sitting in the hotel room. So a lot of these I'm actually doing while on road trips, which I think kind of gives it some, not credibility, some street cred. I'll say street cred. But yeah, so that was the wedding. Like I said, today was the first time since the wedding that I got my hair cut. Here's the gang. This is Kyle, who got married. This is Colton. That's the guy we always go down to Texas to see, do the man trip. That's JP. That's me with a haircut, also with a Mountain Dew. Never without a Mountain Dew. And there's Eric Lutz. You'll see him a lot more lately. He's a famous movie star. So there's me and Kyle, and let me find out what we got coming up next. Now Kyle's got my Mountain Dew. I think I beat him up right after that. Oh, I got some more pictures. Make sure I got everything. Oh, you'll see one of the videos is the Highlands, one of the video templates. So that was up in Scotland. I went with a small group. I did 2 different trips up there. One, just a long extended camping and hiking trip. And then I went up and did the first leg of the 3 Peaks Challenge. So we did the highest mountain in Scotland, then the highest mountain in England, and then the highest mountain in Wales. And we did that in 33 hours. So a lot of the pictures that you'll see from England, Scotland, and Wales comes from that trip. But it was a murderous trip. I would not recommend that to anybody. Let's see, view pics. All right. And I've got, oh yeah, I had a crew send in some pictures when I did my Scotland trivia. They said they were listening to it while trying to avoid the gnats. You can see this guy's got a little face mask on. He said they were trying to avoid the gnats up in Scotland. So they set up a tent and they were all just hiding out in there listening to Road TRIpVIA. And I said, oh, cool. Send me a picture and I'll put you in my Scotland trivia quiz. So instead of just this picture, then they sent me this picture, which I thought was really cool. So that's during UK week. I have a Scotland trivia and these guys made the title screen. If anybody ever wants to do a cool shot like that, or a picture of you and just send it in of you someplace cool, especially on a road trip, I will find a way to squeeze it into one of the videos. I love pictures, especially from viewers, especially if it's got Road TRIpVIA's name in there. I would love to put that in a video. Anytime you do something where you want me to be a part, like somebody asked me if I would do a quiz or help do a quiz for their kid's birthday party. And then afterwards, after I did the quiz, they sent me this picture. Another one of my favorites. You've probably seen it on my Instagram or on the community tab. We just did a trivia quiz for him. That's Duncan. I think they're from Tennessee. And apparently he likes trivia. I don't know how he gets some of these right because some of these are pretty hard, but I think we did a Gravity Falls trivia specifically for him. That's a TV show, animated TV show. So they sent us that. And his mom had also sent me a picture of this. This is Duncan's little sister, Arabella, and she was having some medical issues and she wanted a princess trivia. So then not only did I do a princess trivia for her, but I actually threw her on the princess wallpaper. So she's right in there. I love doing stuff like that. Anytime you want me to be a part of a birthday or anything like that, you feel free to send me pictures. I will put it in as much as possible. Even if you don't, I've got a buddy named Logan, and when I told him about my YouTube channel and he joined, I gave him a free shout out, although I was not very nice about it here.
All right, that is it for today. Thank you for watching this episode of Road TRIpVIA. Before we go, I'd like to say hello to one of my new subscribers, Logan. He's not very good at trivia, but he said he likes looking at all the pretty pictures. Thank you for watching, Logan. And see you tomorrow.
He actually is pretty good at trivia, especially trivia that he likes. One of his trivias that he likes is pirate trivia. So I went ahead and smacked him on the cover of Pirate Trivia. That's him right there. Actually just doing pirate things. That looks like a cool picture. That looks like a real impressive, manly picture. But I'll show you a quick video and then I'll tell you where we were at. If you're watching this clip after the live episode, the music here has been edited out. I was given a copyright strike on the channel because I was playing the song that plays in the background of this little clip is the Wellerman, where he's doing the little sea shanty. And as soon as the live episode aired, I got a copyright strike and they took the video down. So in order to put it back up, I had to remove the copyright material. So in 6 hours, I had 30 seconds of copyrighted songs and had to take it down. So it looks like we're doing all this manly stuff out there, sailing the boats around. We got a whole bunch of girls in the boat. It looks really impressive until you find out that we were actually just drug along. That was in the Paddington Basin in London, and you got to rent these little electric boats that went about 3 miles per hour. And let me skip out of this real quick. They went about 3 miles per hour, and we were actually there to see Dirty Dancing. They had Dirty Dancing. You got to sit in the boat and watch the movie. They had it up on a projector. You could order food to your boat. But I took those pictures, used his picture for pirate trivia, and then right afterwards I did a Dirty Dancing trivia, and that's just a picture from where we were at, although the screen is clearly photoshopped. I didn't get that good of a picture at the right time, but it was pretty cool. But when I do stuff like that, like everything that I do, I try to incorporate into the trivia channel, especially when I'm going someplace new or unique, and I try to tag it or put where I'm at when I do it. That way, if anybody's watching this channel and is less interested in trivia, but more interested in some of these cool places that I've ended up, I try to give them that kind of information. So don't let Logan fool you. He's not a manly sailor like he looked in that picture. That was a $2 novelty hat. He was driving an electric boat. It never went more than 2 miles per hour. And then he watched Dirty Dancing and drank Appletinis with his wife. So that's the truth. We'll do some more trivia right now. One of these days when this channel gets bigger and I've got more viewers, I'll have more people in the room working with me, and I'll be able to skip through this stuff a little quicker. Very famous husband. I think that's it, right? Yep. All right. All right. Question 36. What is the name of the Canadian clinical psychiatrist who is currently Professor Emeritus at the University of Toronto and has authored 12 Rules for Life in 2018 and Beyond Order in 2021? The answer is Jordan Peterson. Question number 37. In 2014, he escaped death when the hefty door of the Millennium Falcon fell on top of him while working on the set of Star Wars: The Force Awakens. In 2015, he escaped death again when the vintage plane he was piloting crashed into a tree. Who is this lucky Hollywood star? The answer is Harrison Ford. Question 38. Originally created in 1903 by Lizzie McGee, what board game which garnered acclaim for its promotion of capitalism, has players traveling around a board to purchase land in order to drive others into bankruptcy? That's an easy one. It's the only capitalism game there is, I think. The answer is Monopoly. Question 39, written by Graham Nash, this tune describes a trip taken by him across Morocco. The song mentions the multitude of animals and other colorful sights seen in the cheap cars and contrasts them with the American ladies 5 foot tall and blue. What is the name of this song and train? Nice. RG, the Marrakesh Express is correct. And question 40. What is the worldwide youth organization founded in London in 1844 and now based in Geneva, Switzerland, associated with the invention of the sports basketball, volleyball, and futsal? The answer is the YMCA. All right, 2/3 done with the trivia questions. More dirty dancing for you. Let's see. Hanging out in the UK. Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. All right. So I've got some more videos. So let me mute my microphone real quick. All right. So when I was in England, I told you I did about 100 episodes, and then we went back into lockdown, and then we came out of lockdown towards the end of summer. England decided that coronavirus is over about July of 2020. So we got called back to work. We worked at a little family entertainment park, basically like a summer camp for rich families over there in England. And they called us back and got us to work cleaning. And so I had met a couple guys there, that the guys that I hung out with a lot in England. And they were asking what I'd been doing since we've been on furlough. And since I didn't really know them and they didn't know me, or, wouldn't laugh at me, they were the first people that I told about Road TRIpVIA. So when I started it, I'm not a big fan of all the, the YouTubes, the stuff that surrounds a lot of YouTubers. I don't like getting on there. I don't like having my face on the screen. I prefer to just do trivia because trivia is what I like, and I think that's what most other people like. Maybe one live episode every 1,000 episodes would be fine. But for the most part, it's just going to be trivia. So anyways, I didn't tell my family about it. I didn't tell anybody. My wife knew about it, but no one else really knew. So they were the first ones that I had told what I was doing. And so they were super supportive, which is probably why I continued to do it, because while I was kind of expecting somebody to make fun of me, or laugh about it or be like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I think at the time, I had 150 episodes and, like I said, 50 or 60 subscribers. So I was growing like molasses. It wasn't going anywhere. And so I started hanging out with these guys more, especially since we were off work so much. And they kept asking how the channel's going, what we're doing. And so I decided we would do a UK week. And again, if you followed the channel, you know that last year sometime we did a UK week with 5 or 6 days of UK actors, UK music, UK trivia, kings and queens. And I had them come over and help me record for this UK week. So their names are Dom and Will. We worked together over there at, I don't know if I probably wouldn't get in trouble for saying it. We worked at Center Parks. They were great employees, and I was a terrible influence. You may remember earlier I said I'm kind of a clown. Anyways, I always talk them into doing the wrong thing. They are good employees. Future employers, if you know Will and Dom, don't blame them for what they did at Center Parks, because I was mostly to blame. But I had them come over. That's what we're working on right there is UK week. So they're recording trivia. I'm trying to explain to them how to do it. I've never done anything with anybody else, no collaborations or anything. So it's very hard to explain to somebody all the little idiosyncrasies that I've put into the channel, how long to wait before reading the answer, you know, how fast you have to read the questions. It's very weird. You know, it's kind of your own style that it takes. And when you have somebody come in and they're reading to your style of writing and they're trying to read it in their voice, it's very difficult. So they struggled, but they struggled and they kept at it. And we pumped out a whole week's worth of UK themed trivia. And that's on there. I'm not sure what numbers they are, but you can Google RipRideVlogIt UK trivia and you go back and play. And that's Will right there. He's probably watching right now from his university dorm room. Today's first day at uni. And that's Dom right there. And Dom's girlfriend, now fiance, behind him. So
this time we're going to do it with more pizzazz.
Question 8. Making her professional debut in 1957, peerless performer is regarded as one of the best British actresses of all time, with roles in James Bond films, Shakespearean dramas, and most recently, Fast and Furious F9. Yep, sounds good.
You're killing it right now.
It's good. I'm on a roll.
Good. You with these done at this rate.
Yeah.
You know, it only take.
Question 9. Which English actor is known for roles including Stringer Bell in the HBO series The Wire, DCI John Luther in the BBC One series Luther, and Nelson Mandela in the biographical film Mandela: Long Walk to Freedom?
When I get to the next place, I'll be able to hook it up to a desktop computer.
Yeah.
Hook it up to my home network.
Yeah.
And on any TV, just bring up any movie that I've got. Yeah, it is. I love it. Then American Pie movies, you know, Indiana Jones got the whole Jones collection. Transformers, X-Men.
Yeah, that's really cool.
There it is again, that funny feeling. That funny feeling. There it is again, that funny feeling. That funny feeling. Reading Pornhub's terms of service, going for a drive, and obeying all the traffic laws in Grand Theft Auto 5. A book on getting better and delivered by a drone. Total disassociation, fully out your mind. Googling its relation, hating what you find. Transparent somewhere in the air, in early fall. The quiet comprehension of the ending of it all. feeling. There it is again, that funny feeling. That funny feeling. Hey, what can I say? We were overdue, but it will be over soon. You wait. Hey, what can I say? We were overdue, but it will be over soon. Just wait. What can I say? We were overdue, but it will be over soon. You wait.
I just, because I've just left England, obviously those were the guys that I hung out with the most. They helped with the channel more than anybody else. They've been the only ones other than myself to actually ask questions on the channel. So technically I haven't done 1,001 episodes. I've probably only done 996 because they did some of them. So they're the only people other than me who got to do it. And like I said, they've been there since the beginning, and I kind of always kicked ideas off of them, Will and Dom both. And those pictures from the farm, that was Dom's parents' place, and we would go out there and camp. Dom would play guitar. He'd make us breakfast in the morning. Me and Will would just goof off the whole time. It was a great time. I miss those guys. They're back in England. Like I said, Dom's getting ready to get married. Will just went off to university. He took a couple of skip years. I don't know exactly how university works in England, but he's starting university now. So I used to work with them, and I just want to say hello to you guys. I miss you, and thank you for all your help on this channel. Now we're going to get back to doing some trivia. If I can figure out which button to push. This is the last 20 questions. We're almost there. All right. For those of you familiar, I say, this is RipRIdeVlogIt. Welcome to the Once a Day Road Trip Trivia Quiz. Episode number 1001. I actually took that picture of the Eiffel Tower on my phone, my new Samsung S21. It's a good picture. All these pictures I took while on a road trip to Paris, which was our third time. We'd had 2 trips canceled during coronavirus. So we finally made it to Paris. It was worth it. Pretty cool. Question number 41. This 2009 Kentucky Derby winner started the race with odds of 50-1. He got off to a bad start and began to fall far behind the others. Undaunted, he charged past horse after horse and won by 6 3/4 length, a margin of victory not seen in over 60 years. Who was this flying horse? What was the name of this flying horse? It was called Mind That Bird. Remember, this was 2009, so that was 13 years ago. Question 42. In the Harry Potter series, Voldemort uses dark magic to break his soul into 7 parts and hides them in various objects, including a ring, a locket, a cup, and a snake. What are these soul-containing objects called? Taylor Gray is the fastest typer and fastest answerer I've ever seen. The answer is Horcruxes. Question 43. Founded in 1602, it is considered the first multinational corporation as it was the first to publicly trade its stock on an exchange. What company was granted the power to wage war, sign treaties, and establish colonies in order to outperform its British trade rival? The answer is the Dutch East India Company. And question 44, this Shel Silverstein book has been described as one of the most divisive books in children's literature. One character gives and gives and the other takes and takes. What is the title of this book? That is a Shel Silverstein book, but that's not the right one. There you go. Taylor with it. The Giving Tree. The answer, The Giving Tree. And question 45. This constellation has been used to locate the North Star, helping set lost travelers back on the right path and lighting their way. What do we call this over 13,000-year-old constellation whose name in Latin means the Great She-Bear? For clarification, I think this constellation is older than 13,000 years, but I think it's been pointed out in human history for over 13,000 years is what they're getting at. This is the difficulty with talking about different questions like this, but I think, like I said, it's been identified for over 13,000 years. I don't think they're saying the stars are only 13,000 years old. Anyways, should be a pretty easy one. The Great She-Bear. The Great. If it was the average, it would be Ursa Minor, but it is the Great, so it is Ursa Major. And that's, do I do 45? That's it. Okay. All right, we're getting there. 15 questions left. Take a quick peek. I might just go straight into more questions. Behind the scenes, Saturday night, the movies. I originally had asked for anybody to send in any pictures of road trips that they've been on. I did get some, but they were right before the episode, and I did not have time to stick them in here. So I apologize. Those will probably pop up at some point later on. I will show you guys this, which I think is pretty cool. So you may have seen this. If you follow me on Instagram, I'm on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, just Road TRIpVIA on all of them. I posted this the other day. This is what 1,000 days of trivia looks like. Oh, let's see. Can you see that? Okay, yeah. I'll pop it up to a big screen. How about this? There we go. This is what 1,000 days of trivia looks like. This was the very first episode right here. And we just went on, and this goes for about 7 or 8 sheets. I have all of those categories. Some of them were submitted by viewers. I can't take credit for all of this because some of them, like I said, have been written and sent in. Once people started doing that, it just made this so much easier. Even if I only got one a week, it was nice because that was one day a week that I didn't have to spend 2 hours writing a trivia quiz. And there are lots of, once I give away the cash tonight and I officially wrap this up, I'm going to stay on and kind of go over some of my favorite episodes, but it's kind of fun because there's a lot of little sneaky things in here that I've done to people or done for people. I have a famous bins. Like I told you, my name is Ben. So I've got a famous bin trivia, and I've like hidden my face in the cover photo. So even though you think you haven't seen me, you've actually seen my face before. My big brother, Nick, his birthday is the same day as Chuck Norris. So on March 10th, I did a Nick trivia with like famous Nicks. I think I did the same thing. Other big brother, Josh, his birthday is March 23rd. So I did a Joshua trivia. Ton of stuff. Here was the last introduction challenge that we did right there. Those were all the alphabets. That was everybody who did those. And then like episode 663, 664, I was just going to skip episode number 666 because that number, I'll play with that number. But I thought, oh man, what a perfect time. Didn't put it, I never said it was what episode it was, but that was when I did the Revelation, the Book of Revelation trivia quiz. So just look, there's a ton of little fun quiz and all these little, when I get ahead on trivia and I'm not behind, then I have a time to be a little bit more creative and, you know, do a little bit more interesting stuff than just regular 21 questions. So if you go back through all of these quizzes, you'll find a lot of interesting little stuff in there. And then this is where we're at right now. This morning was episode number 1000. A lot of these right here, this is while I was traveling. This is what gave me the idea for the final 50, because a lot of these were just sent in by viewers. So I know they're not all in the live chat right now, but thank you to everybody who did submit any quiz for the final 50 or for, you know, the last 1000 episodes. That's what made all of this possible, because I definitely wouldn't have been able to keep it going by myself. All right, we're going to do questions 46 through 50. Maybe I just did those. Let me check. Yeah, 46 through 50. And then we're going to draw for the $500. So anybody, I'll go over all the stuff, but this final 50 trivia challenge right here, anybody who entered a quiz for that will be in this drawing. We're going to do that live right here. If you thought the rest of this show was a nightmare, this is going to be ridiculous, because I've got 50 ping pong balls here with numbers. And so it should be interesting. But like I said, let's go ahead and do trivia right now, starting with question 46. Here we go. Question 46. During the Great Depression, it became common for homeless encampments to be set up across the United States due to a housing crisis. What presidential nickname was given to these shanty encampments? The answer is Hoovervilles. Question 47. In the United States, only one state has a flag that is not rectangular in shape. Admitted to the Union in 1803, it is the 34th largest state by area. This state can boast about having 7 presidents, second only behind Virginia. Name this state. The answer is Ohio. Ohio is the state where I live now. The official studios are in Dayton, Ohio. That's where we're broadcasting from, out of England. Now we're, I don't know what you call this, upper Midwest? We're in the upper Midwest? Anyways, Ohio. That's where Road TRIpVIA is broadcast from. 48. This former SNL cast member and beloved comedian was the original voice of the titular character in DreamWorks animated movie Shrek. But due to his untimely death in 1997, he was replaced by another former SNL cast member, Mike Myers. Who was he? Taylor, stop being so fast. The original Shrek was Chris Farley. Question number 49. A botched safety test in 1986 led to the worst nuclear accident in history at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in the former USSR. Up to 100 deaths are directly attributed to the incident, and a nearby city was evacuated and is still a radioactive ghost town. What is this city? Chernobyl is the name of the nuclear power plant. What city was it located next to? There's a couple people that got it right. The answer is Pripyat. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Pripyat. Question 50. This person faced court-martial for refusing to follow an order to sit at the back of a military bus. Volume is ridiculous. sit at the back of a military bus. His uniform number while playing for the Brooklyn Dodgers was 42. Who was this African-American Major League Baseball player? Number 42 is Jackie Robinson. Pause it there. All right. Let's see what we got. Let me bring this over here real quick. Drum numbers. I'm talking to myself, and I apologize. Okay, so I made this as confusing as possible when I handed out numbers for the drawing. We pop this up like so. Can I move that over there? No. So I went down while I was doing the final 50. We counted down from 50 to 1. But when somebody turned in a quiz, we went up. And so the 50th quiz got number 1. The 49th quiz got number 2. So the number that I gave you in the email is the number that you have. Just to be clear, I've got everybody's number right here. This is the number that you have. If you were the 50th quiz, your number is 1. So if episode 1 was given the number 50, so I don't want there to be any confusion. And if I call number 50, it's not the person who was quiz number 50. These numbers right here that you see on the screen, these right here are the number of ping pong ball that you have. That is the number that you get. That is it. I'm just going to scroll through these nice and slow so everybody can see. I tried to make this as fair as possible. So what I did, Matt says, Mr. Beast doesn't have anything on this giveaway. I think Mr. Beast's last thing, he just gave away $500,000. I'm giving away 500 and it's cutting deep. So I'm pretty sure Mr. Beast still has me beat. But if Mr. Beast wants to team up for a trivia quiz, I'm all ears. So if you've submitted a quiz and it got accepted and you got a number, your name or your couple name or your family name should be on this list right here. If it's not, I apologize, but there's nothing we can do about it right now. Gemma and Stuart were the very last ones to get it in, and they actually sent it in way after I had said, okay, I think we got enough, because by the time I added it all up, we did not have enough. And a couple more trickled in, and then I didn't have a number 50 for a long time. And then it was not that long ago, maybe last week or the week before, they sent it and said, hey, if you still got room, they want it in. And I did, so they filled it up. So perfect, topped it off. Anybody who sent in a 25 question quiz, like I said, I used some of the questions tonight of the 25, but I still have like 150 left. So those are going to pop up in random quizzes between now and the end of the year while I'm just doing quizzes here and there. It won't be one a day, but I will be putting quizzes out. So you'll see some of those. Before, I know a lot of people will leave after the drawing, and that is fine. That is what we're here for, is the drawing. But I do want to say that the plan for the channel right now is to sporadically post trivia quizzes over the next month or so and kind of get back into the full steam of things before the holidays. And I need to go back. You guys have probably noticed some of my quizzes have small spelling errors or some continuity errors or flat out wrong answers, or ones that could be worded better. So I am going to go back and do some of those and kind of redo them. Also, I have some quizzes that are from early days. This is one thing I wanted to show you before we do the drawing. This is episode number 13. So this is 13 days in. This is what the trivia quizzes looked like when we first got started.
Hello and welcome back. It is January 13th, 2020. This is Movie Award Monday. 20 questions about the history of the Oscars. This is Road TRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia game. 20 questions, 10 minutes. You'll have 7 seconds to answer once the question has been read. Let's go. Question 1. What was the first movie filmed in color to win an Academy Award for Best Picture?
I won't go in and make you watch the whole thing, but to give you an idea, some of those first 30 quizzes, well, one of those first 30 quizzes, number 19, got 20,000 or 30,000 views, and another one of those first 30 quizzes got 70, I think it might be at 80,000 views right now. It's the Book of Genesis. It was the first one that really went off. But this video, episode 13, has 230 views as of the time I pulled this video. 230 views. It's been around for 3 years now. When I post a video now, I'll get 230 views in the first 2 hours of every video, almost no matter what. I mean, there's 100 people in this live chat right now, and this video only has 232. Now, I know part of it is the quality, and part of it is there's 1,000 quizzes, so it sort of falls, through the cracks, and people don't really go looking for stuff from that old. So I'd like to go back and get some of these that were done a little bit rough, but have good questions. A lot of those first 30 were those original 30 that I really wanted to do. They're really good questions. There's like athletes in movies, things that start with W. There was a Texas one, supersized, super small, all sorts of good quizzes, but the quality was so poor back then because I was just figuring out how to do it, and I didn't have a microphone, and I had one computer where I had the split screen, so the quality was terrible. So over the next few months, while I'm putting out new quizzes, I'll also be going back, correcting errors in old quizzes, and redoing some of these very archaic trivia quizzes to kind of give it a little bit more, a little bit more modern look to it. So I want these to be playable forever. A lot of the way I write the questions, when I'm writing the questions shouldn't change. Like, these questions are set in stone. It's not who's the current president of America that in 2 years will be a different answer. So the way I ask the questions, I want these to be long-term questions. So I'm going to go back to some of these early 1,000 episodes, redo them, and pump them back out. I'll still mark them as episode 13, but they'll be much better, and they'll be popping up. So you'll get the chance to play some of these again that you may have forgotten about. But while I'm moving in, we still haven't got all of our stuff from England. We're waiting on the household goods to come. So while we're waiting for that, and I'm kind of taking it easy and we're unpacking stuff, that's one of the things that I'll be doing, just to give you a heads up of kind of what we'll be doing in the next few months. All right, now, I know that is not really anybody's biggest concern right now. Right now, we're giving away $500. The way you got into this, you sent in a 25-question trivia quiz to me in time. The first 50 people got in. Here are their names. One of these people is going to win $500. I'll get a hold of you, or you get a hold of me. Send me an email, roadtripvia@gmail, from the same email that you sent the quiz in, because I know Josh Gaines is going to send me one and say, hey, I'm Steve C. I wrote that quiz. Send me $500, and I'm not going to fall for it. So send me the same email that you used to send the quiz in. If you're the winner right now, then I will figure out what way is the best way to pay you. I can mail you money. I can send you money, Venmo, PayPal, crypto, whatever's easiest for you. I will be happy to do it. Thank you, everybody, for getting me this far. Thank you for keeping the channel going for the last couple of months while I've been moving and switching countries and traveling. You've been a blessing, and I've really enjoyed doing it, and I'm happy to keep going. And yeah, Let's do it. All right. So I've got my fancy camera here. I can't tell if I'm on here. Let's see. Oh yeah, let me go over here. Why don't I bring it up? I'm just gonna go full screen actually. No, full screen the other way. There we go. All right, it's a little dark. This is the studio. My neighbors are wondering what the heck is going on up here. Abby? Are you DJ? Ooh. I have to point that up a little. Look in here and make sure that I'm where I need to be.
Where's it at? Oh, here?
Yeah.
So your head's cut off.
Okay.
So there you go.
What about now?
Yeah. In that corner, you're good. You go over to this way just a little bit.
They can hear you if you're talking, so no bad language.
Okay, got it. Yeah, you should be good there.
All right.
Your whole body's in
I feel
there.
like it's blurry. Is it blurry?
It's not bad.
All right. All right. So, my lovely assistant, here, step out there. Step out there. Wave to everybody. This is Abby. This is my wife. This is the reason I don't have a real job and I get to hang out and do trivia all the time. She took 50 ping pong balls. It's hard to see what's going on here. I don't have this set up. So she took 50 ping pong balls and she's wrote numbers on every one. So that's ball 43. We've got ball 9. These are all very clear. There's 50 of them in here. We don't have a big bucket like I was planning on. So I'll be using the suitcase that I've been traveling with over the last couple months. Is this all right? Over here? The suitcase that I've been traveling with. So I've got all 50 balls right here. So I'm going to pour them all in here.
For me to angle it down.
Can you see that?
Yeah, you can see it now.
All right. So all 50 are in there. I'll need to shake it up. Just for good measure. The winner of this will get $500 and my eternal thankfulness for keeping the channel going. I don't know if they can hear. I don't know how loud I have to yell to get in there, but they've all been good sports about it so far. Should I just draw one or do you want to draw one?
No, you draw.
Very nervous. I don't want 49 people to hate me. All right, I have the ball. All right. I don't want to think I switched it, so I got it in my hand right here. Okay. Ooh. All right, I'm going to scroll down. If your name's on the screen when it stops. Just kidding. Number 48 will be the winner. 48 is Rick and Diana. Is Rick and Diana, are they in? think maybe. Are Rick and Diana in here? Probably not. They probably went to bed. Anybody that's not where I live or further west is probably in bed. But number 48 will be the winner of the $500. So if you're not number 40, Diana. Oh, there's a Diana. Is this the real Diana? What's your husband's name? She says she's here. All right. Well, like I said, email me at roadtripvia@gmail.com and say, I am Rick and Diana, and I'll see it. Anybody else can email me for any other reasons. RoadTripVIA, I'm going to post it right here in the chat. roadtripvia@gmail.com. Good night, Taylor. Thank you for watching, and thank you for being an excellent quizzer today. So that's it. Number 48 wins. Oh, I see. I had it. I didn't have the screen up. There we go. Number 48, Rick and Diana. There we go. Rick and Diana win the $500. Send me an email. We'll confirm. Make sure it's you, and we'll get that to you. Let me look if there's anything else on the list for today. Serious quizness. TRIpVIA video pics. There is not really anything else. That's pretty much everything that I wanted to say. We're going to finish out with the trivia, and then if you want to stick around, you can. I'm going to kind of go through some of the old episodes that I liked. I have one that I want to show you a quick clip of real quick. This was Little Trivia. And
Welcome back to Road TRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia.
That's my buddy, Little Nick. And we called him Little Nick because he's a very tiny person, or he was back in college. So I did a little trivia quiz, and I did questions about things that were tiny. And then it's interspersed with like pictures of Little Nick. And I did very few quizzes like this where I actually used different pictures. So when I did a quiz like this with Little Nick, this me and Little Nick at Warped Tour, it was always a special kind of deal. And I'm pretty sure this one came out on May 29th, which was Little Nick's birthday. So I'll be going over quizzes like this and kind of telling the stories behind some of the pictures. If you want to stick around for that, we're going to finish up with the trivia right now. We're just going to, I think there's 15 more questions. No, there's 10 more questions. So we'll finish out. If you want to finish strong and do your 60 questions, we will do it. If you want to leave right now, if you're anything but number 48, I understand. I appreciate everybody who made it to the live episode tonight. It's now been, it's been 2.5 hours. It's been 2.5 hours on the quiz. So the fact that there's still 80 people in here is ridiculous. I appreciate everybody. Let's finish out the trivia so anybody else who wants to can go to bed. Thank you again. I mean that. More quizzes to come. I guess the only other thing I was going to say before everybody left, 77 people are dropping like flies. I was asked what my new goal is because they said a man who reaches his goals has none. And I thought that's a pretty good quiz. And that's probably why the next month I'm going to be pretty lazily posting, not necessarily every day, just kind of when I get around to it when I feel like it. So they've asked me what questions or what my new goal is. And I believe I saw this on Jeopardy while I was rewatching it for a little motivation. They were talking about Alex Trebek, the late, great Alex Trebek. And from the 1980s until he passed away just recently, he filmed 8,244 episodes of Jeopardy. So as of right now, that is my new goal. I don't have a timeline on that, but he took 40 years to do it. So here's my new goal. 8,244 episodes of Jeopardy. I'll do 8,245 so I can do one more than Alex Trebek did and finally put I say this long feud. He's been doing it since the 80s. I wasn't even born when he started. But it's a rivalry to me. He's the best to ever do trivia quiz shows. And like I said, he's probably the reason I got into it originally when I was a kid. And he's been along every step of the way, at least Jeopardy, the show has. And I think there's probably no better goal for a person who runs a trivia quiz show to shoot for than to be as good or in the same field as Alex Trebek. So 8,245 is my new goal. That's only 7,245 more from today. So let's jump over and finish this one out so I can check it off the list and make my way to the next 7,243. That's still little Nick. Trivia. C. Okay, so I believe this is where we're at. Real quick, I'm putting another YouTuber in the chat. YouTube. Check it out. This is my buddy Jaden. We went to school together. We were on student council together. Then we ended up, he became the mayor of the town I was in. Then I served on his city council, and now he's got a YouTube channel, and he's very close to hitting 1,000 episodes, or 1,000 subscribers, which, as you all know, is the point where you get monetized. That's a big deal. I've put a link, or at least his name, in the chat, and I'll put a link in the description of this video below. If you're still watching at this point, it means you like me enough to listen this much. If you will do me a favor and jump over there and check out his channel, he does cool little crafts. He shows you how to do some crazy stuff with metal and wood. He shows you how to, I don't know how to describe it, because again, it's a category that is so much smarter than I am, but go check it out. It's awesome. The Moonlight Craftsman is his name, and I'll put a link in here below. So if you're watching this episode later, you can go check it out. Now let's finish strong. Question 51 to question 60. If you're playing against somebody, here's your last 10 questions. If you're 9 behind, you need to get all 10 to win. Oh, Jodith is in here. Jodith, this question is for you. You won't know it. Question 51. What board game, which was featured on an episode of The Big Bang Theory, has players collecting sheep, wood, ore, brick, and wheat to build settlements, cities, roads, and armies in the hope of gathering 10 victory points and winning the game? What board game is that? Yeah, man, there's some people in here that know that. I thought that was a tough one. All right, before we go on to question 52, Jodith is in here. Jodith is a good friend of mine, but also a very close friend of a good friend of mine. They're married now. She was one of the first people I know who would show these quizzes to the kids in her class. These are all family-friendly quizzes. I try not to do any thematic stuff, anything that's too above a kid's range. They're obviously not made for kids. They wouldn't know most of these questions, but a lot of the quizzes that I do, most of the quizzes that I do are family-friendly. You can show them to anybody. So she would show them to the students in her class, and that was when I knew that I had finally made it as a YouTuber. If kids were watching it in school, I knew that I was cool enough to do it. So thank you, Jodith. I'm glad to see you in here. Tell Matt I said what's up. You guys have a good night. Oh, there's still a couple. You got 8 more questions. Moving on. Jeannie Junkins, you guys are always in here. You're always helping out. Huge contributors to the channel. I really appreciate you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry you didn't win tonight. It's that Rick and Diana ruined it for everybody. Anyways, the answer to this one is Catan, or Settlers of Catan. It used to be called Settlers. I think now it's just called Catan. Question 52. In this novel, the reader follows the Bennett sisters in their quest for an eligible bachelor. What is the title of this Jane Austen novel that says, a lady's imagination is very rapid. It jumps from admiration to love, from love to matrimony in a moment? Ricky L., no hesitation. The answer is Pride and Prejudice. Question 53, often associated as a form of transportation in Asian and South American countries, as well as small urban areas around the world. What is this 2- or 3-wheeled hooded vehicle called that is used to transport people from one place to another? Ricky, your internet must be faster than everybody else's because you're zipping these answers out. The answer is rickshaw. Question 54. The Duel, a 1912 poem by Eugene Field, is about two stuffed toys that sit side by side on the table but dislike each other so intensely that they fight until they have eaten each other up. One of the contenders, the dog, is made of gingham. What is the cat made of? The cat was made of calico. Question 55. The Soviet Union boycotted the 1984 Olympics held in Los Angeles, claiming its athletes would not be safe from protest and possible attack. But many in politics felt it was payback for the U.S. boycott of Moscow in 1980. Why did the U.S. boycott the previous Olympics hosted by the USSR? That was back when the Soviets invaded Afghanistan, so America boycotted those Olympics. Question number 56. Which actor played the lead part in the movie Bruce Almighty, in which God gives him a chance to run the world for a short time to teach him how difficult it is? The answer is Jim Carrey. Give me 1 second. Okay. Abby's going to bed. Everybody say, good night, Abby. You can type it. I can't hear you if you're talking. Question number 57. This composer produced the English language opera Porgy and Bess, which features the aria Summertime. His most famous composition starts with a clarinet glissando. Who is this American composer of Rhapsody in Blue? The answer is George Gershwin. Question 58. As seen on many Gothic period cathedrals, this architectural support's defining characteristic is that it's not in contact with the wall that it supports at ground level. What is the name of this Gothic architectural support used on buildings such as the Durham Cathedral? I feel like this question used to always pop up on Quiz Bowl. Gothic architecture, it's always flying buttress. which is fun to say. Question number 59. Which famously likable American president who served as the general of the Army in World War II was born in Denison, Texas, but whose presidential library is located in his childhood hometown of Abilene, Kansas? The answer is Dwight D. Eisenhower. Abby just chimed in and said Eisenhower, so she's not all the way in bed yet. But Abby, all these people already told you good night, so go to bed. All right, and one of the things that I will fix when I get all of my home goods is I will have a ring light. I can tell I was much brighter when the sun was out, but now that the sun has gone down, there's not enough room in this, or enough light in this room, and I know I'm wearing a hat, so that doesn't help. It's putting a shadow on me, but I will have more lights in here. I want a green screen. This studio, it's a bedroom, but I'm going to call it the studio. This studio will look way different by the time I do the next live stream. It's going to be much better, very high tech. So we'll see that sometime before episode 8,244, I'm sure. Now, question 60. This film ends with a shot of a photograph which shows the 1921 July 4th Overlook Hotel ball. One character exclaims, "Here comes Johnny," while breaking through a door with an axe. What is this film directed by Stanley Kubrick about the Torrance family? The answer is The Shining. If you just said Shining, I'm not counting it. Not for question 60. The title of the movie is The Shining. Stanley Kubrick about the Torrance family, starring Jack Nicklaus. All right, let me close out some of this stuff. Let me make sure all the trivia is done. We gave away the money, did the UK week, showed some viewer picks, showed some behind the scenes stuff, showed some submissions, did my serious quizness. Shout out to the serious quizness team. Saturday night at the movies, Road TRIpVIA's video pictures. Don't need those. Christmas road trip pictures. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That pretty much wraps it up. For the first live episode, I don't need that up. For the first live episode, I think we can call this one a success. I don't think we ever hit 100 people, but we had over 90 for most of it. We're still at over 80 right now, and it's been 2 hours and 45 minutes. So thank you, everybody who has played along. Thank you, everybody who contributed all the questions. Questions to the Final 50 Trivia Challenge. Let's see, can I just play that? Of course not. Yes, thank you to everybody who contributed. I'm going to stay on here for a while, probably until it's down to less than 10 people. I'm just going to be going through some old pictures, some old episodes, talking about stuff. I'll have more time now to answer questions if anybody is still here and wants to. It's time for bed. I understand if you go to bed, nobody's going to complain. This has been more than what I could have thought it would be. Thank you, everybody, for participating. And I'll see you, let's call it a week. I'll be ready to go by next Friday. Next Friday, I'll have a random pub quiz trivia ready to go. And then we'll just see how it goes from there. It won't be every day, but I will keep the channel going. And in 2022, we're in 2022. In 2023, I plan on going every day again. There will be 365 straight days of road trip trivia, and I've got big plans for it. So stick around. if you want to see some old episodes and ask me any questions. Thank you, everybody who made it. I guess I don't need to type back. I can just verbally say it. Ricky said, I hope you got some strong confidence out of this and you can do this more often because it was a blast. I actually do feel a lot better about the trivia quiz. I mean, I know when I got started, it was a little rough, but I knew it would be. I've actually only done one live quiz on the computer before. I didn't turn it into, I have an episode, but it's unlisted. It was for a private company. During lockdown, they asked me to come on and do trivia, host their trivia because they were listening to episodes at the beginning of their Zoom meetings. So it started off like a typical trivia quiz, and they thought they were just listening to one. And then I came in and said, oh, actually, this is a live episode, and I'm here with you guys live. And so I hosted a live trivia quiz for this company. And I felt like I couldn't breathe the whole time because it was like just dropped straight in. And I'd never done one before. And I didn't think my questions were very good. And I asked a couple of questions and nobody was getting the questions right. And I thought I gave the wrong questions. And so that was what I was afraid of, was this was going to be a 30-minute nightmare. And I was going to have to just draw the ping pong ball and leave in shame because I didn't think it was going to go as good as it did. Hopefully, I assume because 80 people were still around at 2.5 hours that it went all right. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. M. Mercury says they use Road TRIpVIA to train for local bar trivia. I'm telling you, that was what I originally started this channel for, was to train me for local bar trivia. It was on base, but it was still at their little diner and bar and their pub. That's what it is. I've got categories of everything you can imagine. If they say, oh, we're doing a Back to the Future quiz, I guarantee you can get on my channel, find a Back to the Future quiz, and find probably the 21 most pertinent questions to Back to the Future. This is very informational stuff, especially in the trivia world. And I think it's very helpful. That was why I did it. So that's a good thing to use it for. Josh Gaines, he's been around since a long time ago. He may not remember this, but one day, if Road TRIpVIA ever takes off, I'm going to have to cut him in on part of the profits, because when we were in Miss Jennings' art class, he said he didn't know what I was going to do when I grew up, but he wanted to buy stock in it. He told me, I don't know if we were seniors. We were probably somewhere between sophomores and juniors, maybe even sophomores. I don't know. But he told me that he would buy stock in any business that I opened up. I don't know if probably because he thought he knew, or that I knew I wasn't going to quit until I made money doing something. My mom says this all the time, that I'll either end up in jail or a millionaire. So let's hope for the second one. But yeah, if I ever do turn this channel into anything, or if I ever do get to host a real live TV show, Josh Gaines gets brought along for the party, because he's been supporting me since he found out that I did it. And I super appreciate it. He's a good dude. Kyle Jones, if that's my Kyle Jones, I don't know if you just got on here, but I showed a clip from your wedding earlier down in Louisiana. So if you're just now getting onto this, when I close it out and cancel it, you need to go back. Shoot, I don't know what time it was. We've been going for 3 hours now, but I did show a clip from your wedding and some pictures of us with you looking all dapper. Thank you, Gray Lion. I don't know how long I'll be here. Like I said, the viewers are clicking down, so I'll leave when everybody else does. But trivia and this YouTube stadium, I switched the picture, and this YouTube channel are my favorite thing to talk about. So I'll be on here as long as people are talking and asking questions. Candace Gunther just laughs at me. Ha ha ha. Hi, Candace. Candace actually was on the same city council as, sorry. Now I don't remember. I think you were on the same city council, but maybe not at the same time. I can't believe it's been that long since we've been in Douglas, but she's good friends with Jaden and Josh Gaines as well. Jack says, hi, I love your channel. I've been listening with my wife every night for at least a year while brushing my teeth. You rule, man. I appreciate it. I know that sounds corny when I say I really appreciate it, but man, I really do appreciate it. I want to be a part of people's routines. Jeopardy was a part of my routine for so long. Even the 10 years on the fire department, everybody at the fire department had the same rule. Dinner started at 5 because Jeopardy started at 4. So we'd watch the old episode of Jeopardy, and then at 4:30, the new episode of Jeopardy would come on. We would prepare food in Station 1 while watching Jeopardy, everybody shouting out their answers. When Jeopardy was over, we'd call 44, and everybody would come up and eat. So there really is something to the routine, especially of something mentally challenging like trivia. I think it's good for you, and I would love to be a part of your routine, even if it's while you're brushing your teeth. Kyle Jones said he made his official YouTube account 5 minutes ago. I appreciate it. Click subscribe to Road TRIpVIA. That's all you need. Well, and go find the Moonlight Craftsman on YouTube. That's old Jaden. He's getting close to 1,000 subscribers as also. So jump over there. Yeah, Ricky asked me, I actually just thought of it while I was doing this live episode. One of my intentions was to go through and read some of the meanest comments that I've received on the channel, because for a while there, when I first started talking about the live episode, people were being super mean. And I know it's the internet, so I know you've got, you're anonymous. So you can be as mean as you want, but dang, people were being super mean. So I started to kind of flag some just so I could come back and save them, but I didn't have anything prepared. I'll probably do a whole separate video of mean comments on this channel. That'll be one of the things, now that I'm not necessarily doing every day between now and New Year's Eve, I have time to do more creative videos, which I'm really looking forward to. So that'll probably be one of the things that I do, is mean comments from angry viewers. I mean, people are blunt on the internet. I don't have to tell you guys, I'm sure you know, but people do not care about your feelings when they are talking about your quiz. So Dave says, happy birthday. Dave, hello. I don't know if you and Jeannie caught the whole thing, but I really appreciate all the work you guys do. I know you've sent in a bunch of quizzes. I know you've been very responsive in the comments. People like you are why I'm continuing the channel, and I really appreciate it. You guys have been huge, and I know it might not seem like it, but somewhere in the 500 and 600 and 700s, when I wasn't sure whether I wanted to even keep doing this, positive viewers like you are one of the reasons I stuck around. I am getting corny now. It's late at night. I've had too much Rockstar, but that's the truth. I really have enjoyed having you guys as viewers, and any comments or suggestions or anything you can think of to make the channel better or more playable, I am all ears. Marlene and Paul, I don't know if I'm saying Paul right. Good night. These guys are in Denmark. They're the ones, I think it was letter N in the intro challenge, and they sent in a quiz this time. All the way from Albertslund, Denmark. I don't even know where that's at on a map, but they've been longtime viewers. I love and appreciate you guys. Have a good night. Enjoy my birthday tomorrow. Enjoy my birthday. It's probably already my birthday there, so it's technically a holiday. You do not have to go to work tomorrow. Tell your boss I said so. I'll get some. I should just put that on repeat. Yeah, Ricky, that's exactly what I'm thinking of. It's like when they read the mean tweets, and that's what they're like. I mean, they're like, I can't even say the words that some of them use. I have to delete some of them because I don't want my mom reading them, but people are pretty mean on here. I am still accepting quizzes from viewers. Man, all my words are starting to blur together. Maybe I've had too much Rockstar. Hey, all right, Meta Mentors. There's another YouTube channel that you guys should check out. If you're into crypto or Web3, play to earn gaming, anything like that, the Meta Mentors is a pretty, it's going to be it is an up and coming. It's going to be huge because the two guys doing it are geniuses. If you want to know about Bitcoin, Ethereum, Web3, play to earn gaming, and stuff like that, the metaverse specifically, follow the Meta Mentors on YouTube. Diana says, you made my many car trips enjoyable. That is one of the reasons. I told at the beginning of this, I started it for kind of training myself, but I used to try to do it while driving. When my wife moved to Florida, initially with the military, I would drive there from Kansas, there and back. And it was, I don't remember if it was 12 or 18 hours. It was a long time. So I would try to find trivia channels and trivia quizzes on YouTube, but all of them were just typed out. You had to read them, which I did, but that's very dangerous when you've got cruise control set at 80 miles an hour and you're trying to lean in and read what's on your phone and to answer the question. So I always thought, man, it would be just so much easier if somebody read these out loud. So all this stuff kind of combined when I started making the channel. It was like, I remember, because I originally I didn't want my voice in here either, because everybody knows what their voice sounds like when you hear it back. It's not pleasant. So I didn't want my face or my voice on the channel, but I just knew it was so frustrating to try to play trivia when somebody wouldn't read the questions out loud. So I just was like, well, that's what I got to do. So it is made for car rides. It is made to be driving and have the questions read to you. You can just have it up, in your phone holder, and it just goes from one quiz to the next. Everybody in the car can hear it. Everybody shouts out the answer. I mean, it really is made. The format of this trivia is for sitting in a car, not having to look at it and playing trivia. You don't need to read it. Hopefully, this isn't it all the time. You'll hear when I do my mean comments video. Hopefully I pronounce most of the words correctly, and I try to be as clear as possible when I'm talking. So nobody has to read it. You can just hear the questions, and then the first person to shout out the answer gets it right. When you're playing by yourself, it's not bad. While you're just driving around, it keeps your mind more engaged. So if you're driving overnight, rather than the same old songs that you hear all the time, I like to play trivia because it keeps your mind engaged and you're actually playing a game while driving. So you're not missing anything, Mrs. Jana, by watching it on your TV. The comments, they're usually overwhelmingly nice. Most people are overwhelmingly positive when they leave comments, but there's always just a few people that are goofballs. My cat can talk, watches on TV too. I like watching on TV. Again, it's weird hearing my own voice, but when people come over, it's cool because now I can go back to episode 30 and I have no idea what the question was. So it's like playing it all over again for the first time. After 1,000 days, you tend to forget. So, Norbit, thanks for tuning in. I know Australia is on a weird time zone, so it's probably early morning there. But once I end this episode, you'll be able to go back and watch it if you want. It's pretty interesting. There's some good stuff in there. But I appreciate you. I recognize your screen name, and I know you've been watching the channel and commenting for a long time. Oh, Joe's watching it from waiting for the hurricane to come barreling over. I didn't even think about that. I should have called this hurricane trivia, you know, because there's a lot of people hunkered down waiting for, is it Ian? Hurricane Ian? Yeah, Ian, there you go. Hurricane Ian barrel overs. Hold on one second, Candace. I think I can pull up a Corey Jacobson. I hope I don't ever pick my nose when I have the camera on. Again, I'm so used to not having to worry about that stuff. I scratch my nose all the time, but hopefully I don't pick it. Where is it? Oh, right here. All right, I'm going to play this little video. Josh, you leave my mom's name out of your mouth. I'm going to play this video. This is just a funny story. Right before I left for England, we went on a fishing trip, and clearly we shouldn't have been out on the boat, and they did a news report on the idiots who went out on the boat, and it was me and a bunch of guys from the fire department and some of their friends, and so they came up and they asked us what we were doing out there, and they wanted me to explain myself. And so I turned my fire department hat around backwards, and I gave them a fake name from the Trailer Park Boys. So we'll just watch that right now.
Rising rapidly. Now, most boat ramps are closed, as well as several campsites.
News 12's Kristen Weaver shares how it's impacting boaters.
The boat ramp at the Denison Dam Spillway is one of the only major boat ramps still open. And with lake levels continuing to rise, game wardens are urging people to be extra precautious. What used to be boat ramps are now mostly inaccessible across Lake Texoma.
This is the only boat ramp available right now. All the other major boat ramps are closed.
Texas Game Warden Shane Bailey says the water is about 9 feet above normal and rising.
And we're projected by the Corps of Engineers to be at 628 by the 20th. So we're still looking at a steady increase of water levels.
The water is being released, but not enough to stop levels from rising to avoid flooding downstream. Bailey says Thursday's weather was dangerous to be out boating, but some boaters took the risk until the waters got too choppy.
We had planned the fishing trip some time ago, so we were coming no matter what. And when we pushed off this morning, it was a lot more calm.
Corey Jacobson and his friends traveled from Wichita, Kansas to fish on Lake Texoma.
That's not my real name.
Their plans a bit.
The 2 sites that we had reserved on the other side of the lake, they were underwater, and the ramp that we normally use is also underwater.
That's also a lie. I've never been to that lake before in my life.
And Thursday's trip was a success.
It's flooded in a couple spots, but still a great spot to come fish.
Bailey says it's okay to take your boat out if the weather is calm, but wants to remind people to always be safe on the lake. We posted information on the most recent lake levels on our KXII website and app. Reporting in Denison, Kristen Weaver, News 12.
Then I added Kristen Weaver on Facebook and apologized for lying on her newscast. So I did apologize for being a bad kid. But it was pretty funny. Yeah, Trailer Park Boys. I love that show. That was another show that I was watching while I was driving back and forth from, don't tell anybody this, but when I was driving back and forth between Florida, I had my phone up on the windshield watching episodes of Trailer Park Boys. So that was how I made it through the long episodes when I couldn't find any good trivia. So let's see. I don't think I have any other good videos on this channel. No, there's Jones. Let me get off of that. Oh yeah, here, let me show you. We've been looking at pictures and stuff, but so we saw the first episode. I'm not sure how many of you were here for that. I know some people are just waking up.
Welcome back. It is January 13th, 2020. This is Movie Award Monday. 20 questions.
This was episode 13, way back. I did everything on PowerPoint and then just recorded it onto the little microphone on the laptop. So that's why it sounds so terrible. Yeah, Josh, that was what I used for probably the first 300 episodes was that music. I hated it. And then I paused it in between and it took forever. I bet I spent 4 hours a day making those quizzes until I got kind of a system down. So then episode 29.
TRIpVIA, the best daily trivia quiz on YouTube. These 10-minute games each have 20 questions about the category of the day. The question is read aloud, then shown on screen. You'll have 7 seconds to shout out your guess before the answer appears. Come back each day around noon Central Standard Time for a new exciting quiz. And please let us know how many you got correct in the comment section below. If you enjoyed this quiz, please hit the thumbs up button. All right, welcome back.
That was when I decided I had a lot to say. I think somebody had said, your intros take too long. So in order to get everything I wanted to say in 30 seconds, I sped it up, and that's why my voice sounded like that. I showed you the Australian fellas earlier who were making fun of it when I was doing that. And I agree, it needed made fun of. But that's how I kind of decide what I'm doing with the channel is when people say, too long, too short, you're doing too much of this, you're doing too much of that. So I take all of these questions and suggestions into account. That's why the channel has grown over the years. There's a lot the same, but there's a lot that's changed. One of the things is I used to do like a 2-minute intro talking about the channel and what we were going to do the quiz over, and people were like, shut up and get to the questions. So now it takes 30 seconds from the start of the video to the questions.
Once a day trivia game designed to be played while driving. We started this channel right before the coronavirus hit the world, and now no one is allowed to drive anywhere. Great timing on our part. So for the next few weeks, we will be doing quarantine-style trivia. Hint, it's pretty much the same thing. However, we encourage you to put this on the TV or over the Bluetooth speaker and do something constructive while playing the game. Clean the house, do push-ups, make dinner, whatever it is that you are doing to keep your sanity during the lockdown. Scream out your answers as loud as you can to vent some of that frustration. Enjoy the game, and please stay safe and healthy. Hopefully, we'll be back on the road soon. All right, quarantine trivia, day 1. Good luck. Question 1. According to Thomas Edison, genius is 1% inspiration and 99% what?
Yeah, so this was when it really, I won't say it took off, but
the answer is perspiration.
This is where it got fun for me was I was doing quarantine trivia, and it was just like, it was basically Friday night pub quiz. It was just random trivia that I was doing while everybody was locked down. And I thought we would go for 2 weeks maybe and then be done. But after 3 weeks of it, I finally stopped doing them. I think I did 21 episodes and then was like, I have to go on, even though England was still in lockdown for another 16 months after that. Oh, nice. Aaron Judge just hit number 61. That's going to be trivia. By the end of this season, Aaron Judge will be on one of my episodes because he will have made baseball history. And that'll be an interesting piece of trivia to come up. All right, Jason. Yeah, all the Australians are starting to wake up now. Good morning from Perth, Australia. It's nice to see you. I caught some right before they went to bed, but now a couple of them are waking up. Yeah, Judge for real. MVP. Let's see. Oh, then we switched. Episode 186. So this was right in the middle.
Hello, and happy 4th of July.
In fact, I think right around this time was when I decided I had about 60 subscribers going into the 1st of July. And I decided I'm just going to go ahead and go for all 365 episodes. Just do a full year of it.
Road TRIpVIA. This is episode number 186. Today's category is Independence Day. It will be a 20-question trivia quiz about this holiday. Hopefully you enjoy it. If you like these quizzes, subscribe to this channel. We post a new one every day around noon Central Standard Time.
I'll probably try to get
Have
back
fun
to
playing
that
the quiz, and happy 4th of July.
whenever I start getting back into it. It'll probably be around noon Central Standard Time. I feel like that's late enough in the day for everybody in America and early enough in the evening for everybody in the UK. And then it kind of just trickles over Australia. It's a nice early morning quiz or something. So I feel like noon's a good time to get it out, to get everybody to view it in one day. The Independence Day after that, this is one of the things that I really like doing when I have enough time on my hands and I can dig in to the old family videos.
Just put it down.
This is some classic. That's me right there in the red shirt. That's my older brother, Josh.
All right, welcome back to Road TRIpVIA. Today is the 4th of July. This is episode number 551. This will be a 21-question trivia quiz with questions about America, things that have happened in America, states in America, etc., etc. Happy 4th of July, and good luck.
I get to throw in my own videos whenever I want to. I'm really looking forward to kind of expanding that a little bit and being able to do more videos like that, kind of my family or places I've been, and kind of rather than use the same template for every video. I've got several more ready to go. I've got another Las Vegas, I've got a St. Louis, and I've got a Hawaii trivia ready to go, a template, so I can put those into the mix, plus all my old Road TRIpVIA pictures. So over the course of 2023, I'll be back to doing one a day, every day. And I'm just going to call it a 365-day road trip. And I'm going to try to do as many unique pictures as I can, which I think will be really cool. Hi, Fred. Fred's another one that's been around for forever. He always comments on the video, always positive. Another good dude to have watching the channel. Glad you made it on here. All the good stuff's over. You'll have to watch the rest of this episode later, but it has been a good evening. Now I'm just kind of going over some of these old videos that I like. You guys saw my wife earlier. On the original intro challenge, I think it was M and N, maybe just one, that I didn't have any submissions for. That was back when I only had hundreds, maybe just over 1,000, I guess, subscribers, but nobody was really sure whether or not to send something in. So I was going to be too short, and instead I was one short, and my wife sent in her own trivia quiz from her YouTube channel, not a trivia quiz, but an introduction from her trivia channel. So this is my wife, Abby, helping me out with my YouTube channel like a sweetheart while working full-time for the Air Force. Still had time to go down to the town center and film this.
Hi, welcome to Road TRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. Coming to you from Munford, England, I'm American Abby, and good luck on today's quiz.
You can go to
All right, full disclosure, I know that person, and I asked her to make that because we got no more entries into the intro challenge.
Well, there you
we
go.
only have A through K. There's still time until I get to Z. You can still enter if you want to, but tomorrow we will not.
So when I first got to England and I started messing around on YouTube, the first thing I did was start recording her when we were traveling around. We went to 7 different countries right there in the first couple of months. And I thought, oh, cool, I'll make a travel channel and I'll just kind of follow Abby around as she explores all these cool places. And like I said, then it kind of slowed down. I started the trivia channel, thankfully, because a couple months after I started the trivia channel, we went into lockdown and we did no traveling for 2 years. So there's not as many videos on American Abbey, but the videos are better. The videos are more creative, more watchable. If you're not, I mean, like trivia is one thing. These are more like just kind of unique and fun to watch videos. So AmericanAbbey.com, or you can just YouTube American Abbey and you'll find those. Fred, thank you for saying happy birthday. I appreciate it. It's not too late. You've got all day tomorrow too. I don't know where you're at. My birthday doesn't start until the 29th, so I can't remember if I think you're here in America. But anyways, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for saying happy birthday. I'm getting old. And good night, Miss Jana. I appreciate you watching. Oh, here's one of my favorites. Christmas kale. Now this video right here, this was my little sister posted it. This is her daughter, so it's my niece. Her name's Kale, and she just sent it out because it was funny. I think it was the Christmas before, but when I started doing Christmas trivia, I was like, well, I gotta put that in a video because it was just too perfect. I couldn't let this video go to waste. Who was that? Was that right? Oh, no. Uh-oh, I think I got the wrong one. Let's try it again. Oh, no. Well, I'll tell you what. Let me just play those. And I'll find Christmas Kale. Oh, gotcha. Jana, I thought you were leaving, but that's all right. Fred, 64, that's a good age. You've done it. You made it. I hope I get to 64. I won't if I keep drinking these rock stars. Let's see. You know what? I'm just going to find it on here. I'm talking to myself. This is what it's like when you're listening to me behind the scenes. This is why I don't like doing live episodes, because when I do this on a normal episode, I can just go back, delete all the me mumbling to myself. Jana, were you the one that submitted the question about crocheting? Nice. Good question. Good question. All right, Christmas around the world. All right, I found it. So probably in my top 5 trivia quizzes that I've done is this one, just because of the intro. Again, this is my little sister's oldest daughter.
ruined. The whole entire Christmas is going to be ruined. Literally. If everyone stops believing, it's going to be ruined completely. And then all the reindeers' magics are going to be not. All of the reindeers are not going to be able to fly if the magic doesn't go. We have to believe.
Okay. That was my little niece, Kale, trying to get everybody to understand that if you don't believe in the magic of Christmas, the reindeer can't fly and she won't get her presents. So
Do your
please
part.
make sure you don't give up on the magic of Christmas this year. Anyways, now that we've had that very important public service announcement, let me announce also that it is December 15th. That means there are just 10 days left until Christmas. Today's episode will be episode number 300. Welcome back to Road TRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. Today is episode number 555, so we're going to do a special category. This will be movies, TV shows, and video games with the 555 phone numbers. You've seen them, all the movies. They use fake phone numbers. Most of them start with 555s. These are questions from those.
I feel like this is one of the things that this channel does, I don't want to say better than everybody, but definitely that you don't see in a lot of trivia channels, and that's really unique categories, like 21 questions about movies, TV shows, and video games that use the 555 number. So you wouldn't think that there would be 21 questions about that, but I have a ton of random trivia quizzes that are in a very specific category that I'm awfully proud of, because I think you don't see those, but they'd make a great live trivia quiz. I think they'd be really fun, and a few people would know them. And
Just Don't Exist, one of his terrible in-movie movies. Character Lucas Lee, played by Chris Evans, dials 5.
my Jason asked what my favorite specific unique trivia category is. I love movie trivia. I watch a ton of movies. I love movies, whether it's specific movies or 80s movies or 90s movies or general movies. You'll see me post a lot of movie trivia, even though it seems to be the least popular category on the channel. Nobody likes movie trivia, and I don't know if it's because it's too specific. I bet we've had a dozen different countries in this live chat tonight. So I imagine people in Denmark don't get the same movies that we get here in America, especially if they're not a Star Wars or an Avengers. So it makes sense, I guess, but I love movie trivia, and I don't feel like it's equally reciprocated. So you won't see it all the time, but I did for a while Saturday night at the movies, and I would just do a different movie quiz every Saturday night, and that was the busiest night of the week normally on trivia. But when I turned it into Saturday night at the movies, it completely dropped off. So I had to let go of Saturday night at the movies. I'll probably do it on a different day of the week, or maybe just here and there. But when I changed it back to just random regular trivia, it went right back up. So movie trivia is not as popular on the channel as it is with me. I love movie trivia. And it makes sense. Fred says he doesn't mind movie trivia, but I guess it makes sense because you might have a shot at random trivia at some of the questions, even if you don't know all of them. But if I ask you questions about The Breakfast Club and you've never seen The Breakfast Club, it would make sense that you would have zero interest in that trivia quiz, if it was a whole Breakfast Club trivia. But my goal is to have thousands of trivia quizzes out, and so I'm going to have trivia quizzes about everything. So if you don't want to watch one, you can just skip to the next one. You can go to a category that you do want, or wait around for a random trivia. But I do like I love movie trivia. That's what I look for when I'm playing on YouTube. Rosie asked if I wanted to, or if I collected 4K DVDs. I actually have gotten rid of most of my DVDs. Actually, the last of my DVDs, I don't know if you can see that. I don't know where I'm at here. Let me look at this. The last of my DVDs are right there, and they are for sale on eBay. I'm getting rid of my DVDs. I do have a pretty, I like to think it's pretty impressive, a growing collection of Blu-ray DVDs, or, Blu-rays, so they're not DVDs, but I do love Blu-rays, and I am starting to collect those more. I'm getting rid of my DVDs. But yes, I collect Blu-rays, especially of the classics of Ghostbusters, Star Wars, John Wick's, anything old and Western. I'm going to have a huge, my dream is one day in the future of the Road TRIpVIA studios to have a giant movie theater to be able to go in, watch a movie, and then come out and write a trivia quiz for it. I know we've got a Hocus Pocus 2 is coming out soon, and that's something that I'm very much looking forward to. Not because I necessarily like Halloween or Hocus Pocus, but I know it's got a huge following, so I'm going to watch it as soon as it comes out. And as soon as it comes out, I'll write a trivia quiz for it and pop it up on here, because I've got a Hocus Pocus 1 trivia quiz. So I like doing stuff like that. I like watching movies. And so I guess where I was going with that was one day in the future, Road TRIpVIA Studios, I will have a huge movie theater and an even more impressive Blu-ray library. That's the goal. CJ asked, what question have you seen repeated the most? I'll tell you this, in the submit your own quizzes, the Final 50 Trivia Challenge, the question that popped up the most was Caligula, the Roman emperor. It was different versions. I bet it was in 7 of the 50 quizzes. And I think I left it in on a couple of them. I think it was asked 3 times on the final product, just because they kind of worded it a little bit different. So I left it in, or they didn't have great, 21 through 24 or 22 through 25 questions. But they always asked about Caligula. That was a big one. I had a couple of those wrote down. There was several of them that repeat often. I seem to always pop up like Victor Hugo or Hunchback of Notre Dame. That's one that when I'm doing stuff, I always pop in. And then when I look back, I'm like, oh, I actually already asked that question. So a lot of the classics pop up, but I don't really mind it when they pop up, especially if I write the question from scratch. So I don't go back and just copy any of my old questions. I'll go back and hold on one second.
The answer is The Fast and the Furious.
Clip right here.
Come on, Mia, she needs Dom's cell phone number now.
323-555-6439.
555-6439. It's in all the movies. 555, whole quiz about it. Anyways, so questions pop up, but if I sit down and type out a question and I know it's just coming straight from my brain, then I know it's probably worded at least different enough that I'm not upset about it. So, you'll always see the questions like, what's the biggest island in the world? Or, who was the 16th president? Or what speech did Martin Luther King? That pops up all the time, but it's usually asked different enough that that it's not too bad. And I think I actually have a whole quiz, a couple of quizzes. I call them no-brainers. And those are questions that always pop up all the time on trivia, live trivia and Zoom quizzes and stuff like that. So if you look up the no-brainer trivia quizzes, those are questions that get asked all the time, not just on my channel, but whenever I'm playing live trivia. Pauly Shore movies, that is an excellent, I love Pauly Shore. And I just wrote down today that I was going to need to do Jim Carrey, like older 90s movies, like Ace Ventura stuff. But I do have Adam Sandler movies, and I do need to get Pauly Shore movies because I love Pauly Shore, and his movies back in right after his MTV VJ days are perfect. I mean, that was what I grew up on. I love what's the one where he's on the farm? I mean, I know In the Army Now and Encino Man, stuff like that, but there's the one on the farm where he sings "Thank God I'm a Country Boy." I don't remember what that movie was called, but yeah, he's got a bunch of them. So Pauly Shore is a great category for trivia quiz. And I love it, especially when you're doing live trivia, when you're hosting live in-person trivia. Quizzes like that go over real well because somebody at the table, somebody in the group has seen that movie and they're trying to remember what the name of it is or what character he played in it. So I do like those, especially for hosting live trivia. Jones, I've already talked about the Ninja Turtles. I actually mentioned it. It was mentioned several times in the Final 50 challenge. Several people had Ninja Turtle questions, and I know they do that for me, but I've got a whole Ninja Turtles trivia quiz, and I'm getting ready to have another Ninja Turtles trivia quiz because once I get all of my collection here from Mom's house and my statues in from England, then I'm going to be making some videos opening up the that looks weird. Then I'll be opening up all my old boxes, and I just think it'd be cool. So I'll have some more Ninja Turtle trivia quiz, and there's a new movie coming out in 2023. So I'll have even more Ninja Turtle trivia quiz once it gets there. Yeah, Dr. Pepper's another big one that pops up a lot. Is I think Dr. Pepper came out in 1885 and Coca-Cola came out in 1886. So there's always a question about what's the oldest cola that came out in America that's still around today, or which one came out in 1885, or which one was made by John Pemberton, or the other one was a Dr. too, but I think one came out in Atlanta. Coke came out in Georgia, and Dr. Pepper came out in Waco, Texas. But yeah, those questions always pop up, but they always pop up when you go out to trivia. So it's important that you know them. If they pop up all the time, the worst thing you can do is not know it every time. So you got to know that people think that Coca-Cola is the oldest and the original, but Dr. Pepper came out 1 year before Coca-Cola, 1885 in Waco, and then Coca-Cola came out in 1886 somewhere in Georgia. I think close to Atlanta or around Atlanta. Son-in-Law. That's the name of the movie with Pauly Shore. Yes, I love that movie. I love the song he sings at the end of it. I love his attitude. That I thought he was like him and young Adam Sandler were very influential in my style and the way I talked and the way I dressed growing up. So I do love Pauly Shore. Classic. You know, I can't believe that I don't have a Mel Brooks trivia. In fact, I'm going to write that down right now because that is a good one. There's so many good movies. Let's see, 2022 Jim Carrey movies, Pauly Shore movies, Mel Brooks movies. Yeah, good options. Who Am I? I'm going to do, the Who Am I's were super popular. So I think I'm going to do Who Am I? Just different people in the Bible, which the Bible quizzes seem to do pretty good, and the Who Am I were pretty good. So I'm going to do a first-person trivia quiz where you have to guess which character in the Bible I am. Jones, you can see right here, I got a Ninja Turtle queued up in the queue, ready to go. I got some Where Am I's and some Who Am I's. Name that Tolkien character. I've got a lot of good stuff that I'm ready to do. I know that once my home goods comes in from England, I'm going to have to spend a couple of weeks unpacking and getting everything set up. So this was one of the...
Back to Road TRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. Today's episode...
One of the episodes where I teamed up with my wife's YouTube channel, American Abby. These did horribly. Nobody cared about Barcelona or Amsterdam. But I teamed up and tried to get some people to go over and subscribe to her channel. Also didn't work. So I'm going to keep trying stuff, but not everything is a success.
Is number 582. The category is Barcelona, Spain. This is a special quiz. We have teamed up with a fellow YouTuber, American Abby. There will be a link to her channel above and at the end of this video and in the description. So head over there and check out her channel if you're interested. Either way, good luck on today's quiz. Question number 1. Known for its art and architecture, the city of Barcelona is the largest city and cosmopolitan capital of what autonomous region in the country of Spain? It is the capital of Catalonia.
Thank you, Deborah and Rosie, for saying happy birthday. It's almost my birthday here in Ohio. I got a couple more hours, but it is where I lived in England, and it is in several places around the world that are still. We've got some people from Australia in here, and some people from Denmark were in here. So I think there was a person from Belgium. I need to figure out how many countries were in the live chat. When I get done, when I do finally call it a night, tomorrow I'm going to wake up and go through this live chat and see who all came in from what different country, because I know there was a bunch. Josh, I'm serious. I appreciate you, not just tonight, but you've been around for a long time, and I think about you when I'm doing trivia. I do have a whole quiz that I dedicated to Josh and Becca. I'm pretty sure, I think you've seen it. I remember it was way after I put it out, but the trivia quiz about your significant other, that was dedicated to Josh and Becca because they're one of my favorite couples. So good night, Josh and Becca. Sleep good, and thank you for making the live episode. Rosie asked, where's somewhere you've never been that's next on the list? I've checked so many things off my list this year that my list has been depleted. I will say, now that we're in Ohio, we're only a few hours from like the upper Northeast, like Buffalo, Niagara Falls. I haven't been to any of those. I've been to Maine, but just shortly. But I'd really like to go do some Great Lakes stuff. And then make my way over to Niagara Falls. And before I leave Ohio, I'd really like to make it to a Buffalo Bills game. They've been my favorite team since forever, and I've never been to one of their home games. I've seen them play when they come to the Chiefs Stadium because we used to live in Kansas, but I've never seen them in their stadium, and they're getting ready to build a new stadium. So I'd like to make it to their old stadium before they knock it down, and then make it to their new stadium if possible. So that's where I would like to go. Well, if I'm at Niagara Falls, I should be able to look across and see Canada. Is that close enough? Can I get some French fries and gravy from my side of the river, or do I have to go into Canada to get a delicacy like that? Jana, Mrs. Jana, I hope I'm saying your name right. I don't know if it's Jana or Jana, but Mrs. Jana, she said she was born and raised in Ohio and there was nothing to see here. I'm telling you, we came from England and there was plenty to see, but it was so expensive, and we were there during coronavirus, so everything was locked down. And there's no Chipotle's, and they don't have real Mountain Dew or real Dr. Pepper. I was so happy to come back home to a place like Ohio that may not have any. I haven't seen enough of Ohio to give an assessment on it, but I know they have Chipotle's. They've got like 15 in Dayton, and they've got, you know, Dr. Pepper that you can Uber Eats, and you can get an Uber ride. I mean, like all the stuff that I could not do in England, I'm back in America and I can do. And I'm so happy because there's just an endless possibility of stuff you can do. And like in England, man, everything closes at like 8 in the afternoon or 8 in the evening. So there's no gas stations. There's no late night places you can grab snacks unless you want to go to the kebab in the city. And yeah, I'm very happy to be back in America, that I haven't even taken the time to see whether or not Ohio is really that cool or not. I've heard good things. I heard there's a couple of good theme parks that I'll be hitting up. But like I said, I'm just so happy that whenever I want, I can walk out my door and go get a Chipotle. That's all I really needed. Okay, I got to go into Quebec for poutine. All right, I will do that. I'm thinking this is one of my ideas for the channel, like as it gets bigger, if it gets bigger, obviously. I think it would be cool to go visit towns like that, like on road trips, go in, and if there's viewers of the channel, like if they know which bar or pub has trivia night, like if I could come in to visit the town, but then go to trivia night that night and like play trivia and either record it or kind of, you know, something that I could do to share with the channel. I think it would be cool to play trivia all over America and to go on like a trivia road trip where I go up to Canada, play some trivia in some bars and some taverns there, go to New York, go to Maine, see if I can play trivia in every state. I mean, I just think that would be awesome. I know there's a bar right down the street from where we live now that has trivia at 7:30 on Thursdays, but that's right in the middle of Thursday night football. So I probably won't make that one until after football season, but I'm very excited. I think doing 1,000 straight days of trivia puts me at a very unfair advantage while playing local trivia games, while going to bars and stuff. A lot of this stuff has stuck. So I think I don't want to say it and then go there and get beat, but I think I've got a pretty good chance to win a lot of these. And if I could just, you know, win enough to pay for dinner that night and then bounce on to the next one, it would make a great road trip. It would make a great video. It would be a blast. I would have fun doing it. I could hand out road TRIpVIA swag everywhere I go, get some bumper stickers and some t-shirts and some keychains and hand those out whenever I go visit these places. I think that would be a really cool way. This might be years ahead in the channel, but I think that'd be a really fun thing to do on the channel. Yeah, Fred, you can leave if you haven't left already. Once I end this, it'll kind of render and clean it up, and then it'll be on the channel. You'll be able to watch this just like any other regular episode. So there's no need for you to stick on right now while I'm rambling. In fact, once it goes to a regular episode, you can fast forward and skip around and do whatever you need to do. So thank you for making it on here. Thanks for the happy birthday. And I'll see you at the next episode. Bayou Pigeon, Louisiana. Is that a city or is that a bird on the side of the road? Kyle Jones. Yeah, like a local pizza place. I'd love to get in on a trivia night at a local pizza place. I think that'd be a blast. Kyle, I was trying to explain to everybody what the name of that little bar we went to after your wedding was. I called it the Gator Hole or the Gator Snout. What was the name of that place that we went to afterwards where they had the live band and we stayed out all night? Thank you very much, Deborah. I just read your message. I appreciate it. I was telling some people earlier, some of this swamp chicken. I'll get back to it. I was telling some people earlier that 1,000 days is a lot of time, and there were times where I was like, I'm not even sure if I want to keep doing this. Like, I'm monetized now on YouTube, so it trickles in a little bit of money, but I really probably should have a real job, and I just haven't yet. And when I get comments like what you say and what you've said, it really is encouraging, and I really do appreciate it. And I don't want to get all sappy and corny, but I really do appreciate it when people say stuff like that, because I kind of feel like I've got something unique and fun and something that has the potential to grow. And so when I hear people like you say nice things, it really makes me want to keep going and keep getting better. So I appreciate it. Have a good night. And thank you for watching the live stream. Yeah, Jones, swamp chicken. That's what the name. I wish I would have remembered that, because that's even better than gator snout. It was called the swamp chicken. That's where we went in Louisiana after Kyle Jones's wedding. So, and JG, yeah, the bar in Douglas. I did like that bar. I never went in and drank, but it was obviously in between the two buildings that I had, and I liked that bar. But yeah, if it falls down when it rains, there's just, you can't have a bar in a building that is on the verge of collapsing, like the one I used to have. Not Jaden's. Jaden's is fine, and he's done a lot of work to it. But the other second story building that I had, it's probably on its last leg. Don't walk near it. All right. I appreciate you, Fred. Have a good evening. Ellen, good night. I'm glad to know you're practically a neighbor. Maybe we'll see you at a local pub quiz one time. Maybe we'll meet somewhere up. Let's see, 45 minutes south of Dayton. Is that by Cincinnati? It's got to be around Cincinnati, close to the Kentucky border. Maybe when I'm doing my trivia road trip, I'll stop in. Josh, have you been sleeping in Jaden's building or the 2-story building? Because I don't recommend either. Good night, Dave. Thanks again. You and Jeannie. Josh, as your life advisor, I must warn against both of those options. Gray Lion, thank you. I appreciate your compliments. I look forward to seeing you at future episodes, and I really appreciate. I know you comment and post on a lot of the videos, and that's huge for the channel, and it's very uplifting and very encouraging for me. So I appreciate you. I'm glad I could be a bright spot in your day.
Large number of canals which form a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
Bring it back up here.
The answer is the Venice of the North.
Josh, when you say there's a green bomb in Ohio, is that a city or is that a member of the notorious green bomb family? Nice. Which one? There's Rhea, Ryan, and Riley Greenbaum. Ryan's who I lived with in Manhattan. Riley was the little wrestler. Well, they're both wrestlers. And all I know about Rhea is she travels a lot and she has that dog with the weird shaped snout. Thanks again, Fred.
And welcome back to Road TRIpVIA. Today and the next 2 days will be Alex Trebek tribute trivia games. The questions for today's quiz come from the September 10th, 1984 episode of the show Jeopardy, Alex Trebek's first day as the host. There's no replacing Alex Trebek, but hopefully these next few games will make you smile and reminisce on the last 35 plus years of Jeopardy. Good luck. Question 1. Which river is mentioned the most times in the Bible? The answer is the Jordan River. Question 2. In the music video to what song does Michael Jackson play a werewolf and a zombie? The answer is Thriller. Question 3. What is the Scottish word for lake? The answer is lock. Question 4. According to historians, an American missionary to Japan created what form of Oriental transportation?
Oh, I think that question popped up. There's one that pops up a lot. A rickshaw.
The answer is the rickshaw. Question 5. Who are the two Saturday Night Live funnymen who starred in the 1983 film Trading Places?
Good movie. Good movie.
The answer is Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd. Question 6. When a husband pops for an ermine coat for his wife, he is actually buying what type of fur? The answer is a weasel. Question 7. What type of fastener gets its name from the brand of galoshes it was originally used on? The answer is a zipper. Question 8. Although its name means river horse,
Ooh, yeah.
What type of animal is closely related to the pig?
Yeah, the original before and afters were really good. I really enjoyed those. Let me pop one up. it started to get really hard to
alignment to one's own
to keep up with those, just because coming up with a good before and after question, it really did get hard. But I actually have some on deck from some people like Ricky3. He sent in a lot of good ones. I've got some ready to go. They just kind of need the questions wrote for them. But I do love before and
Hello,
after.
and welcome back to Road TRIpVIA. Today, episode number 387 is going to be a little bit different. We had a viewer named Antonio request a before and after category. If you're not familiar with what that is, here's an example of one of those questions. Question: what is the celestial body of extremely intense gravity that scores an ace in the sport of golf? It's 2 questions, but they all blend together before and after. The answer to that would be a black hole in one. So it answers the first question, it answers the second question, and usually one or more words in the middle tie it all together. So hopefully you can figure that out. If you need to, feel free to pause the video to give yourself a little bit of extra time to think. Here we go. Question 1. What office supply item is used to hold items together that was also an HBO miniseries about the U.S. Army's Easy Company during World War II? So the answer to that is Rubber Band of Brothers. See how that ties in there? Question 2. Who famously said, "Give me liberty or give me death," before donning a leather jacket to play the Fonz on Happy Days? Feel free to pause the video if you think you know it. You just need a little bit of time to think about it. The answer to that is Patrick Henry Winkler. Question 3. What is the Shakespeare comedy that has been cooked until all the red in the steak is gone and the meat reaches 170 degrees internally?
All's well that ends well done. Oh, yeah.
The answer is All's Well That Ends Well Done. Get it?
Get it?
Question 4. What is the title of the ancient Egyptian collection of funerary text that is also a Robin Williams film with the message Carpe Diem? The answer is the Book of the Dead Poets Society. Question 5. What is the biggest trio of events in horse racing that the Queen keeps stored and displayed at the Tower of London? The answer is the Triple Crown Jewels. All right, 15 more. Question 6. What is the name for a nightsack for a snoozing Boy Scout that is also the set of skills available to someone like a magician? The answer is a sleeping bag of tricks. Question number 7. Who is Snoopy's owner and also a large ursine animal found in the forests of North America, Europe, and Asia? The answer is Charlie Brown Bear. Question 8. What member of the Argead dynasty became king of the ancient Greek kingdom of Macedon and was a large body of water in northern Utah? Sometimes it helps to figure out the second answer and then go back to the first. In this case, Alexander the Great Salt Lake. It's pretty funny. I like this. Question 9. Which U.S. executive mansion is a judge's legal order of confinement to one's own residence instead of prison? The answer is the White House arrest. Question 10. What is the name of the historic New York City sports arena where the biblical couple Adam and Eve lived before the first sin?
Madison Square Garden of Eden.
The answer is Madison Square Garden of Eden. Question 11. What is the name of the 25th installment of the Bond franchise coming in 2021 where Bruce Willis fights off bad guys at the Nakatomi Plaza? The answer is No Time to Die Hard. Question 12. What is the title of the 1873 Jules Verne adventure novel that's also an NBC soap opera that's been on the air since 1965? The answer is Around the World in 80 Days of Our Lives. Question 13. What is the Central Florida NBA team's method of transportation used by Prince Hussein in the book 1001 Nights? Pause the video if you need just a little bit more time to think of this stuff. Because the answer to this one is the Orlando Magic Carpet. Question 14. What is the symbol on the Israeli flag that stood for the actor who played Jareth, King of the Goblins? The answer is Star of David Bowie. Question 15. What is the title of the Spielberg movie about an effort to save a World War II soldier who's also a 12-time U.S. Olympic medal-winning swimmer bro?
Oh, I like this one. This is a good one.
The answer is Saving Private Ryan Lochte. Question 16. What is the numerical synonym for ESP that's also a healthy ability to appreciate a joke?
Oh. You know this one?
The answer is a sixth sense of humor. Question 17. What is the title of the J.K. Rowling novel with the professional basketball team that plays their home games in Arizona? The answer is Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix Suns. Question 18. What is the name of the Maid of Orleans who has a monument at the end of the Champs-Élysées in Paris, France? The answer is Joan of Arc de Triomphe.
Good one. That's a good one.
Question 19. What are Jerry Garcia's ancient Jewish religious manuscripts that were found in the Qumran caves in the Judean desert?
Ah, yeah. It's a good one.
That would be the Grateful Dead Sea Scrolls. Question 20. What flavor of ice cream with chocolate, marshmallows, and nuts is named after a scenic car journey, perhaps along Route 66 or the Pacific Coast Highway?
I don't remember this one. Oh, the Rocky Road Trip.
The answer is Rocky Road
Yeah,
Trip.
you guys got it. You know it.
All right.
I think that's it.
I hope that was fun. Antonio, I hope that's what you were expecting. When I looked up before and after questions.
All right, I've got one that this is the one I did for Josh and Becca, but it can be played. This is one that goes outside the normal bounds of trivia, not really the traditional trivia that we are, because it doesn't have answers, but it's a question that you play with your significant other. You can either play with it while they're there, or if they're away, you can play it, and then you can kind of find out what their answers are later. But it's a good, I think this may have came out on like Valentine's Day or something like that, but it was meant to be played with your special someone, and I thought it was pretty fun, and I think I dedicated this one to Josh and Becca.
Man, have I got a treat for you guys today. Welcome back to Road TRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. Today is episode number 776, and we're going to do something a little bit different. After 775 quizzes where I ask you the questions, you attempt an answer, and then I tell you the correct answer, today, I don't know the answer. The category is your significant other. Now, here's the way that this game is going to work. Because I don't know the answer, only your significant other knows the answer that they would choose. So let's say we have a couple. Let's give them the fake names of Josh and Becca. Now, for the first round, Josh will answer all 20 questions. I will ask the questions, Josh will answer the questions about Becca, and Becca will tell him whether or not he is right or wrong. At the end of it, you can go back, and then Becca can answer the questions about Josh. The best part about today's trivia quiz is there's no winner and there's no loser. This is meant to be fun. Even if you've been together for a long time, there's something new that you might learn about your significant other today. And if I do say so myself, these questions are so good, it should count as couples therapy. Now, if this turns out to be the worst idea this channel has ever come up with, don't worry, tomorrow we're back to regular trivia.
It wasn't the worst idea. Live trivia might have been the worst idea. This was a good idea. I like this one right here. It's fun to play.
But I really think that this is a fun way to spend 20 or 30 minutes of your Valentine's Day evening having fun with your partner and maybe, hopefully, possibly learning a little bit of something you didn't already know. All right, sorry about the extra long intro today. Just had to make sure we were all on the same page. You know the drill. Pause the video if you need more time to answer, and good luck on today's quiz. Question number 1. Words of affirmation, acts of service, receiving gifts, quality time, or physical touch. Out of the 5 love languages, which one do they prefer? Question number 2. About to be hit by a meteor, they only have 30 minutes until impact to leave. There is only enough time and space in the getaway vehicle to bring one item. What is their most prized possession that gets saved from getting cratered? Question number 3. Aliens have landed. Tomorrow, Earth is vaporized, and humanity is done for. But as a going-away gift, the aliens have offered to give everybody the final meal of their choice. What's for dinner? Question number 4. Everyone else on Earth is at home watching Netflix. When you take them to the world's best movie theater, you two are the only customers there, and the staff says you can watch any movie ever made. What are they choosing? Question number 5. Teleportation has been invented finally, but it's expensive and travel is limited. A person can only teleport to a place that they have already traveled to. This weekend, teleport fees are free. Where are they going? Question 6. In the future, teleportation will work out the kinks and be able to send people anywhere, including places that they have never been. Out of all the places that they have not traveled to, where will they want to go the most? Question 7. After a fancy new type of clothing is invented that never fades, rips, or wears out, all of the clothing companies go out of business. They can pick one new t-shirt of any one color, but that's it for the rest of their life. What color would they choose? Question number 8. Besides you, who is obviously the number 1 choice, and not including their family members, Who falls next in line as their number 2 best friend? Question number 9. They've just opened a package from an anonymous sender. Inside is $10,000 in cash, and there is a note saying they can spend it all, no questions asked, but they can only spend it today and only at one store. Where are they shopping? Question number 10. For Valentine's Day, eBay has a deal where people can order one free t-shirt from a band or musical artist that they love. On February 15th, they wear that shirt to breakfast. Who is on the front? Question number 11. It's been a long, hard week at work, but the end is near. It's Friday afternoon, and you tell them that you too can do any activity, event, or experience that they want on Friday night's date night. What is the plan? Question number 12. Obviously not on date night, but let's say between Monday and Thursday, every night, every week, for forever. They have to pick a time to go to bed that never changes. What time will they choose? Question 13. Tomorrow morning is Christmas. They've written their letter to Santa asking for the pet of their dreams, and Santa has delivered. When they open the cardboard box with the holes poked into it, what kind of animal jumps out? Question 14. In an alternate universe, when people turn 18, they get to pick their lifelong job. All jobs pay the same, but whatever job they choose, they must do for 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 p.m. What job do they pick? Question 15. Quick Trip buys out 7-Eleven and Buc-ee's, and the world now only has one convenience store to stop at on road trips. To save money, they only sell one flavor of soda, and thankfully it happens to be their favorite. What is the only flavor of pop left in the world? Question 16. The internet has crashed. The power has gone out. Candles are lit, and they take you to their magic game room with every board game ever made. What game are they choosing for you two to play tonight? Question 17. They are feeling down. Nothing terrible has happened. They are just in a bad mood. Nothing seems fun or exciting right now, and happiness seems elusive. What is the one thing that you can do that is guaranteed to bring them out of their funk? Question 18. When Disney Plus buys all of the world's streaming companies, they punish people who ever paid for Netflix by allowing them to pick only one television show to stream for the rest of their life. What is the only show that they will be watching? Question 19. A strange genie appears after movie night and offers to turn them into any comic book or superhero character from any genre and grant them a lifetime of all of that character's powers, gifts, and costumes. What character do they pick? Last question. Question 20. When you go out to the garage, the time machine from Back to the Future is parked there. Doc Brown says they can use it just once, there and back, to change one thing that affects the course of the rest of their life. They only have one shot, and they can only go as far back as their birth. What do they go back and change? All right.
Man, I forgot how good these questions are. This is fun. This would be enjoyable to do with a significant other, to try to guess what they would pick. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that.
And that is all I've got for you today.
I really think
when I started looking up trivia quizzes to play today on Valentine's Day, I already have famous couples, famous lovers. I think I definitely got a Valentine's Day trivia. I already have a bunch of the traditional Valentine's Day themed trivia, so I wanted to do something different. So I was Googling around trying to find a good category to do today, and every quiz I looked up was some teenage magazine about how well you know your boyfriend, or like a Cosmopolitan magazine quiz where is this the guy you should marry, blah blah blah. And they had a lot of questions, but none of them were really good. So I took some of those ideas, obviously turned them into my own questions. I really like these questions.
All right, enough of that one.
Welcome to Road Trip.
Here's what we're going to do. This is episode number 1. I want to show you episode number 1 for a couple of reasons. One, because it was terrible. It wasn't terrible. I put a lot of time into this first one. I think I started making it a week before, but I'll show you originally kind of what I had planned for Road TRIpVIA. But I decided it was going to be way too time consuming, so I nipped it down a little bit.
Questions will come. You'll have 7 seconds to answer, and the answer will come right after that. It's January 1st, 2020. The first quiz of the year will be a 20-question quiz about the events in the year 2019.
So this was day 1. This was the very first start of the channel.
Question 1. In 2019, what was the highest grossing film in the world?
So you'll recognize that this is pretty similar, but then it would, the colors were a little different. I'll let that run up. Green and red, I think. Yeah, very Christmassy. But I asked the questions. All of the questions get asked the same. There's 20 questions, just the way these other ones are. I just want to show you what I did after the quiz. So I would answer the questions, but then afterwards, I broke it down and I got way more detailed into the answers. So I asked all these questions, and then at the end of the episode, after question 20, that's why this was going to make it last twice as long as the normal videos. So I don't remember if I even talked over this. I must not have said anything, but I went back and put every question up here and then explained why that answer was correct. So the highest grossing film in the world was Avengers Endgame, and it shows you what it got overall, kind of gives you some information on it, gives you a picture of it. I thought this was a good idea. It is a good idea, but man, it just takes so much work to really explain all of this. This was question 2. According to the Chinese zodiac, 2019 is the year of which animal? And then I explained it was the pig. Here are some other years that were the year of the pig. And then I talked about it. And so originally this was going to be the plan, was I was going to ask the questions and then at the end really give kind of like a quick school on the questions to explain not just why it was right, but give you some more information into it. That's something that I would consider doing again in the future. But I mean, you can imagine how time consuming it is to do something like this. This might be later on down the line when I have a partner or somebody helping me do this stuff, because very time consuming to go back through every question. I think I got one in here. Forbes, Kylie Jenner. Here we go. So you might remember from the wedding picture, this guy. Let's bring it up here. Pics to share. The wedding picture. So he made an appearance in several of my episodes because he's been in a lot of stuff you may not know. So this guy right here, this is Eric Lutz. And if you don't know him yet, you're about to know him for a lot of reasons. But here, the very first episode of this channel is an Eric Lutz question. That's him right there. With over 660 million views in 2019, what is the name of the most popular song by Billie Eilish on YouTube? The name of that song is Bad Guy, and Billie Eilish turns 18. Just some fun facts. And then Eric Lutz, pictured with Billie Eilish, he was in the music video, is said to be a big reason why the video was so popular. That's obviously not true. He's relatively unknown, or it definitely was back in 2019. But that video won like VH1's music video of the year. And that's my buddy. He's in a ton of stuff now, but a lot of smaller stuff that you may not have heard of yet. I will say, I don't even think I can show it. I can't show it on here, but yeah, he's got a lot of big stuff coming up down the pipe. So it's pretty interesting. And this is what I wanted. Like I said, there's going to be several episodes throughout the 1,000 mentioned questions about movies and commercials and stuff that he's been in. So I always thought that was cool, because when he eventually does, star in an Avengers movie or take over, Indiana Jones role or something like that, I'll be able to say I was the first person to have a trivia quiz question on him on YouTube, which is the kind of trivia question that I like to be involved with. Yeah, Colton Snook, he's heard of Eric Lutz. He hangs out with him. But then I just remember how good this was. This was something that I would really like to do again, but man, there's just so much information. It takes forever. Oh, and then I remembered, before I decided to be super family friendly and only do stuff that could be shown in elementary schools, I thought I was going to use every dirty trick in the book and use inappropriate pictures. This is episode number 1 of Road TRIpVIA. I thought it was just a Big Bang Theory question, but I thought I would use the most scandalous pictures of Penny to try to help get me views. But I think that was the last time I used inappropriate pictures. So episode 1 was not PG or not G, maybe it's PG, but I haven't had any more inappropriate pictures since then. She is pretty though. Oh, that was the year Luke Perry died. There, for everybody who's waiting for Hurricane Ian right now, just know that in September of 2019, there was Hurricane Dorian down in the Bahamas. So now we're just on Ian. Oh, interesting. Crazy, but we've come a long way since episode number 1. It's crazy to me. Let me just show you what some of these trivia quizzes have. This is something that everybody who was watching earlier won't get to see, but these are the early quizzes. Let me mute that. This is the behind the scenes stuff. This is the early quizzes. So obviously this is the first one. Right over here is how many views it's got in 3 years. So you can see the first one, I think just out of pure novelty, the first ones have gotten a few views. But like Supersize Saturday, which is actually a really good quiz, has only gotten 400 views just because it's gotten lost in the 1,000 other ones. But the 9th episode we did has almost 32,000 views. And the 10th video we did has 300 views, which to me, I find that so weird. Fanboy Friday, that was kind of a unique quiz. Let me bring that up. I'll explain why that one wasn't really questions. That was, I gave the name of the fan club and you had to tell me who they were fans of.
Hello and welcome back. This is RipRIdeVlogIt, the once-a-day trivia game made specifically for road trips. Today's a little different. We're going to give you 20 people, teams, or movies with cult followings. You will give us the name of their official fan base. Today's January 10th, 2020. You'll have 8 seconds to answer. Good luck. Question 1. What is the name of the fan base of the Grateful Dead? The answer is Deadheads.
Before we get into question 2, I just want to make sure I take a special time out of the trivia quiz and say hello. Say hi, Heather. How are you doing? I'm glad you made it to the live episode. I appreciate you watching. Hopefully you're enjoying these trivia quizzes. If you haven't watched all 1,000 yet, you need to go back and get some work done because I made most of these thinking of you guys. And so they're specifically tailored to your likes and wants. So go back, start at episode 1 and watch all 1,000. Thank you. And in case I fall asleep soon, good night, Heather. Back to the quiz.
All right, question 2. What is the name of the fan group of Justin Bieber? The answer to this one is the Beliebers. All right, question 3. Now you should be getting an idea of what we're playing here. This one's going to be an easy one. What is the name of the fan base of Star Trek? The answer is Trekkies. Question 4.
So you can kind of see why this one was a little different, but it is weird that one of these episodes, the one right before this, got 30,000 views and this one got 400. I think if I redo these into more of a trivia question and fix the audio and the music and everything, I think I'll get a lot more views out of them. So that's one of the things. I explained this to people who were watching earlier. That's one of the things that I definitely will be doing. That I will be doing between now and like Christmas, New Year's time, is I'm going to be going back and fixing some errors and kind of cleaning up some of these older trivia quizzes that really don't hold up the way that some of them do.
Question 6. What is the funny-looking fan base of the Insane Clown Posse called?
It's a good one.
The answer is Juggalos.
Yeah, if she recommended Doctor Who, she is not the only one. I don't know anything about Doctor Who. I've tried looking it up, but it's gone on so long and there's been so many doctors and there's so much. I don't want to mess it up. Like, I know that if somebody did a trivia quiz about Ninja Turtles and didn't know what they were talking about, it would be almost more frustrating. So I need to learn a little bit more about Doctor Who before I'm confident writing a full trivia quiz for it. I think I could write a huge trivia quiz if I would sit down and start watching it and really, learn about it, because I know that it's a massive universe and a lot of stories, and it's been going on forever. And I know they got a ton of episodes and a ton of seasons. So it's on the list of things to look into, but I got to tell you, there's a lot to look into when you get to Doctor Who. Maybe that I could do that. Do you think? I guess there have been a lot of people that have asked about it. I had one guy that really wanted one, and he sent in a bunch of questions, and the questions weren't long enough to really turn into questions. And some of the answers, when I looked up what he had written, wasn't exactly accurate with what I was finding in Wikipedia. So I didn't know if I was wrong or if he was wrong, but I wasn't confident enough to pump out a Doctor Who trivia before the final 50. So hopefully, commercials are the worst. Hopefully I'll get to that sometime. Kyle Jones, good night. I'm telling you, I posted a video of you and Abby coming down the stairs at your wedding. So I'll send you the timestamp of when you can look for it later. It's pretty entertaining. You guys had a really good wedding, good food. Then the swamp chicken afterwards. Thanks for popping in. I will see you at the man trip at the latest, hopefully before then. Hey, look at that, Doctor Who.
The answer is Whovians.
Whovians, that's what they call them at the Comic Cons.
Question 14. Fans of the television show X-Files refer to themselves as what?
Ooh, interesting. I don't remember this one.
The answer is X-Files.
Ooh, clever.
Question 15. What do you call a person who is a hardcore fan of the television show Glee?
I only know this because I'm a hardcore fan of the television show The Office, and they make fun of it.
The answer is Gleeks.
Oh, I'm a total gleek. That's what he says. Oh, I forgot the sounds off. My fault.
As what?
Lord of the Tolkienites?
The answer is
Tolkienites.
Tolkienites.
Nice.
Question 19. The fan base of the famous musician Josh Groban refer to themselves as what? The answer is Grobanites. Question 20. Last one. Fans of the television show Heroes are commonly referred to by what name? The answer is Sidekicks. All right, and that's it for today. We thought we'd try something a little different than the normal trivia question answer. Let us know below if you liked it. Also, feel free to click subscribe to be notified of daily quizzes. A new quiz comes out every day around noon Central Standard Time. If you have a suggestion for a quiz, drop it in the comments below. Thank you for playing, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I remember I was showing you guys something. No, that's not it. Fanboy Friday, maybe this is it. Here we go. Nope, that's not it. This must be it. All right, here we go. What in the world is a trucker shirt? I know what a trucker hat is. I think I could do some cool road trip merch for Road TRIpVIA. I think I could do like keychains and bumper stickers and maybe some car sunglasses for driving in the car, you know, something. I think there's a lot of cool stuff you could do with a road trip theme. So that's on the list of things to look into for sure. Let's see here. If I type in January, oh, that's what I'm looking for. Here we go. All right, so this is back into the old ones. I think this one right here, 301, 281, Movie Award Monday. Nope, looks like Bad Boys 1 and 2, the movie 1 and 2, which was my 18th episode. That is the lowest amount of views I've had on any video. And it's the day before the video where I had the highest amount of views. So you can see 221 on Bad Boys 1 and 2. And then the Book of Genesis got 77,000 views over the last 3 years and 1,200 likes. Isn't that nuts? The Meta Mentors, yeah, they're back on. Ryan, you should be in bed. This is too late for the old folks to be up. But yeah, Bad Boys 1 and 2, this was episode 18. It has 200 views. So I know that if I redo that one right now and put it back out, even though movie quizzes aren't as popular, I think that one would get 1,000 views in the first 24 hours. That's been the way it's gone. No matter what the category is, in the last 3 months, I usually can squeeze out 1,000 views in the first 24 hours. And most of these barely have 1,000, if that. And like fast food trivia, I think that's a really good quiz, but because it's done back on when I was doing it on PowerPoint and it's so old, it's only got 2,000 views. So I need to jump in and refresh some of these for sure. There's just so many different like genres or eons, whatever you would call them, of different quizzes that we went through. I remember, each different part. I remember when the first person started sending in trivia that I used for them, there was one of the guys in England sent me a quiz, and I used it, and everybody liked it. In fact, I think that was it was one letter trivia, and I think they liked it more than most of my other one letter trivia. Yeah, this was a big one. Let's see if I can. 11,000 views. Yeah, 11,000 views on this one. I wish I knew how I could pop it up so you could see what it was like. I mean, because probably the ones surrounding it have 2,000 or 3,000 views, and one letter trivia has 11,000 views. Yeah, Clint, we just listened to a before and after, the first before and after. Those were good, and for the first 2 or 3, they were really good, and then it just got so hard to keep coming up with the new ones. I think we went to 10, 11, 12. But they were getting real specific by 10, 11, 12. So I need to keep figuring out. I need to see if I can come up with another good, fresh 21 questions. Here's one letter trivia. Okay, so looks like random movie trivia. This one random movie trivia got 11,000 views also. So that's not bad. But the one right after it, famous jailbirds, which I thought was pretty good. That's famous people who've made it to jail. So it's got like Justin Bieber and people who've been arrested for DUIs and stuff like that. I really think one of the benefits of this channel, or one of the things that sets this channel aside, is its very specific quizzes. I mean, how many times are you going to find an entire trivia quiz about pro football coaches, or specifically casino and gambling movie trivia? This is one of my favorites because I love casino and gambling movies.
Hey, it's Ross Newton from CrowdPer.com, and today we're going to show you how to get up and running with CrowdPer Trivia in just 5 minutes.
Stop. I pay for YouTube Premium. It's like $6 or $7 a month, so I do not want to watch ads.
Hello, and welcome back to TRIpVIA, a once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. Today's episode is number 777. The category is gambling movies. This is a 21-question trivia quiz about some of the most iconic and memorable gambling and casino movies of all time. I will ask a question and give a description of the movie. You'll tell me the title of the film. Thank you guys for watching. Stick around for question 21 at the very end. And good luck on today's quiz. Question number 1. After losing all of his money at the casinos on the Strip, Clark Griswold's brother-in-law brings him to the cheapo casino down the road and gambles on games like War, Which Hand Is It In, and Pick a Number in what 1997 comedy movie? That movie, National Lampoon's Vegas Vacation. Question number 2. After a serious injury during a qualifying skiing event for the Olympics, the title character of what 2017 biographical movie moves to LA and eventually starts an illegal poker operation that attracts movie stars, the super rich, and eventually the FBI? That movie is called Molly's Game. Question number 3. At an underground Texas Hold'em game run by Russian mobster Teddy KGB, an overconfident law student loses his entire $30,000 bankroll in a single hand at the beginning of what iconic 1998 Matt Damon poker movie? One of the best. That movie is called Rounders. Question number 4. Based on the 1974 movie with the same name, which was in turn based on the Fyodor Dostoevsky's novel, also with the same name, what 2014 Mark Wahlberg movie follows a professor who is borrowing and betting his way into certain self-destruction? Man, I love that one too. That is The Gambler. Question number 5. Starring Jim Sturgis and Kevin Spacey, what is the title of the 2008 film that was inspired by the true story of the MIT blackjack team as told in Bringing Down the House, the best-selling 2003 book by Ben Mesrick? The answer is 21. Question number 6. Frank convinces the Johansons to start an underground casino at his home to raise money for their daughter Alex's tuition and to help him win his wife back in what 2017 gambling movie starring Will Ferrell and Amy Poehler? The answer is The House. Question number 7. Although a lot of the Bond movies have casinos and gambling featured in them, which 007 film stars Daniel Craig, who wins a high-stakes poker game with a straight flush at the title property in Montenegro? The answer is Casino Royale. Question number 8. After the mill closes and the new casino opens, crime and drugs start to take over the small town that Chris Vaughn, played by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, grew up in. In what 2004 movie does he become the local sheriff in an attempt to take down the dirty casino? The name of that movie is Walking Tall. Question number 9. Richie First, played by Justin Timberlake, discovers a statistical unlikelihood in an online poker site and can prove that he is being beaten by a cheater. In what 2013 movie does he travel to Costa Rica to confront the site owner Ivan Block, played by Ben Affleck? That movie was called Runner Runner. Question number 10. Mel Gibson plays the title character, a card player and con artist who collects money in order to enter a high-stakes poker game on the paddle steamer riverboat, the Lauren Bell, in what 1994 comedy based on the original James Garner television series? That movie was called Maverick. Question number 11. Also starring Tiffany Haddish and Willem Dafoe, Oscar Isaac leads the cast in what 2021 movie where he plays William Tell, who taught himself how to cheat at cards while serving an 8-year stint in a military prison? The answer is The Card Counter. Hello, and welcome back to Road TRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. Today's episode is number 753. This will be a Saturday night at the movies. However, instead of going with one specific movie, we're going to do general movie knowledge. I'll ask 21 different questions. You'll tell me what movie we're talking about. This can include any type of movie, but every answer will be the title of a movie, not a question inside the movie. So, good luck on today's quiz. Question 1. What was the title of the 2019 Netflix movie that served as the feature film closure to AMC's popular television series that followed Walter White, a suburban family man turned drug dealer? The show was Breaking Bad. The movie was El Camino. Question 2. Starring John Belushi, in what 1978 comedy movie do the members of Delta Tau Chi spend all semester on double secret probation and trying to avoid expulsion from Faber College? That movie is Animal House. Question number 3. Based on the 1983 novel by Stephen King with the same title, what was the name of the John Carpenter movie that came out the same year and featured a possessed 1958 Plymouth Fury? The answer is Christine. Question number 4. Brett Favre had a cameo as himself in what 1998 Farrelly Brothers film as an ex-boyfriend of Cameron Diaz's character who says that they would never work out because she was a 49ers fan? The answer is There's Something About Mary. Question number 5. In what 1991 movie do Keanu Reeves and Alex Winter's characters finally win their freedom from hell by defeating the Grim Reaper in a high-pressure game of Battleship? The answer is Bill and Ted's Bogus Adventure. Question number 6. Taking over the criminal underworld to become two of London's most dreaded gangsters, Tom Hardy starred as both twins, Reginald and Ronald Cray, in what 2015 movie? The answer is Legend. Question number 7. Based on a novel by Jules Verne, what David Niven and Cantinflas movie about Phileas Fogg won the Oscar for Best Picture in 1956 and then was remade in 2004 with Steve Coogan and Jackie Chan? Phileas Fogg was the main guy in Around the World in 80 Days. Question number 8. Former UN employee Jerry Lane, played by Brad Pitt, travels around the world in a race against time to stop the modern zombie apocalypse in what 2013 American action horror movie? That movie was World War Z. Question 9. Which 1962 epic film starring Peter O'Toole, whose character is based on a real historical character, was the only non-silent film to have won the Oscar for Best Picture without a single female speaking role? The answer is Lawrence of Arabia. Question number 10. Making it to the Hot 100 on Billboard, the 1983 music single Holiday Road by Lindsey Buckingham was written for what Chevy Chase movie and then used in 3 of its sequels? That song was originally written for National Lampoon's Vacation. Question 11. Based on the trilogy of novels by the American author Suzanne Collins, which science fiction dystopian adventure movie series features a leading character called Katniss Everdeen? The answer is The Hunger Games. Question number 12. Hulk Hogan was 28 years old when he starred as Thunderlips, the current World Wrestling Champion who fights Rocky Balboa in a charity event in what 1982 action sports movie? Hulk Hogan was in Rocky III. Question 13. Though not the first chronologically in the story's timeline, which Marvel Comic Universe movie was released first in May of 2008 and began the films of Phase 1 of the MCU? The answer is Iron Man. Question 14. What 1998 comedy movie starring Chris Farley and Matthew Perry is about a fictional group's doomed effort to reach the Pacific Ocean before the Lewis and Clark expedition does?
That is
The
classic.
answer is Almost Heroes. Question 15. Also the title of one of his hit songs, the soundtrack to what Prince movie from the 1980s won an Oscar and a Grammy and then sold more copies than any other soundtrack that decade? The answer is Purple Rain. Question 16. Elvis Presley starred in what 1964 movie about the City of Lights, in which he loses his money after being pushed into the casino swimming pool and must work for the hotel to pay off his debts? That movie was Viva Las Vegas. Question 17. The film was the second to win all 5 major Academy Awards, including Best Picture. What 1976 movie starred Jack Nicholson as Randall McMurphy, a new patient at a mental institution? That movie was One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Question 18. After a series of visions and voices, Ray Kinsella, played by Kevin Costner, builds a beautiful, full-size baseball field in his cornfield for the outfielder Shoeless Joe Jackson in what 1989 movie? The answer is The Field of Dreams. Question 19. Peter Weller played Alex Murphy, a terminally injured policeman who is transformed into a cybernetically enhanced Detroit Police Department officer in which 1987 American science fiction action film?
At full time that has graciously furloughed me for another 6 weeks so I can stay at home.
The movie was
and make
RoboCop.
YouTube videos. So thank you, Center Parks.
And question 20.
Being the
In what
sponsor
2013
of today
movie,
and the next
loosely based on the short story by James Thurber, does Ben Stiller play a negative assets manager at Life magazine who daydreams of adventures and has a crush on a coworker? One of my favorite movies, The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. All right, that is it for today. Thank you for watching today's episode of Road TRIpVIA. Make sure you check back tomorrow. We do new quizzes every day. Sometimes they come out around noon Central Standard Time, but that is not set. But we do try to do one a day, and we have done one a day every day for the last 753 days. The goal for this channel is get to 1,000 trivia quizzes, and we are now just past 3/4 of the way there. So stick with us. It should run until about September of this year before, I don't know what's going to happen after that. I might drop down to one a week or something like that. But the goal is to do one a day for 1,000 days, and we are on track to get that done. and tomorrow will be no different. We've got a great quiz lined up with a little help from our old pal Will. Hello, and welcome back to Road TRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. Today's episode is number 816. It's another Saturday night at the movies. Tonight's category will be Disney Classics. These are the original animated classics from Disney. Not necessarily, well, definitely not the new ones. These are all pre-2000, I'm pretty sure. So think of the classic Disney VHS tapes that you grew up with. That's where all of these questions are coming from. Good luck. Question number 1. One of the first full-length animated feature films ever, and the first ever produced in the United States. What was Walt Disney Animation Studios' very first movie that was released in 1937? Their first full-length feature was Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Question number 2. Based on the 1883 children's novel that was written by Carlo Collodi, what was the name for Walt Disney's second full-length animated movie that became their first animated feature to win an Oscar, winning for Best Original Song with When You Wish Upon a Star? When You Wish Upon a Star is from Pinocchio. Question number 3. One of Disney's shortest animated features, released in 1941. What was the title of the only Walt Disney classic film that has a title character that never speaks a single word during the movie? That title character is Dumbo. Question number 4. Adapted from the 1923 children's novel by Felix Salten, what was the title of the 1942 animated feature film that follows the title character and his interactions with his father, the Great Prince of the Forest, and his friends Thumper and Flower? That movie was Bambi. Question number 5. Based on the 1797 ballad poem by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, what is the name of Walt Disney's 1940 animated musical anthology that consists of 8 animated segments set to pieces of classical music? It's been a long time since I've seen that. I need to rewatch Fantasia. Question number 6. One of the less well-known of the Disney classics, released in 1945, what was the 7th Walt Disney animated feature film that marked the 10th anniversary of Donald Duck and plots an adventure through parts of Latin America, combining live action and animation? That movie was called The Three Caballeros. Question number 7. Based on both the 1820 short story The Legend of Sleepy Hollow and the 1908 children's novel The Wind in the Willows, what was the name of the 11th Disney classic that was the only Disney movie to star Basil Rathbone and Bing Crosby? The answer is The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad. Question number 8. A Dream is a Wish Your Heart Makes is one of the most popular songs that are featured in what 1950 Walt Disney animated feature film that was based on a popular fairy tale that has thousands of variants throughout the world? The answer is Cinderella. Question number. Hello, and welcome to episode number 165 of RipRIdeVlogIt, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. Today's category will be Kevin Smith's View Askewniverse. This will be a 20-question trivia quiz about the movies directed by Kevin Smith. If you enjoy this trivia game, subscribe to the channel. We put out a new trivia quiz every day around noon Central Standard Time. Question 1. The View Askewniverse was created by writer and director Kevin Smith and began with what movie in 1994? The answer is Clerks. Question 2. In the Askewniverse, what is the name of the character played by Kevin Smith? The answer is Merry Christmas and welcome back to RipRIdeVlogIt, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. Today's episode, number 715, the category will be Friends Holiday Episodes. Now this will include Hanukkah, Christmas, and New Year's Eve, and the questions go in order. So the earlier questions are from the earlier seasons, the later questions are from the later seasons. I think that's about it. Thank you for watching. Good luck on today's quiz. Question 1. At the beginning of the Season 1 holiday episode, what kind of animal does Ross bring to the apartment where the rest of the gang is decorating for the holiday? He brought over a monkey. Question 2. All of the 6 of the main characters make a no-date pact for New Year's Eve, and by the time the big date rolls around, how many of them bring a human date to the party? Don't count Ross and his monkey. Four of them, Joey, Monica, Phoebe, and Chandler, all bring a date. Question 2. When they all end up dateless by the time midnight rolls around, Chandler has no one to kiss, and while he is trying to figure out a plan, which one of the main characters kisses him on the mouth? The answer is Joey. Question 4. In the Season 2 episode, Joey and Chandler are comparing their tip to the building superintendent for Christmas to Monica and Rachel's. Instead of money, though, what did Monica and Rachel give the super instead? Instead of tips this year, they gave everyone cookies. Question 5. When Phoebe finds out the picture her mother gave her of her father was actually just a picture frame model, she starts a search to find her real dad and finds out that he lives 2 hours away and does what for a living? Hello,
TV's
and
real
welcome
dad
back to Road
is a
Trivia, the
pharmacist.
once-a-day road trip trivia quiz. Today's episode is number 870. The category, Weird Al's Best Songs. This is a 21-question trivia quiz, 20 questions up front, question 21 at the end of the video. All the questions are about Weird Al Yankovic songs. Good luck on today's quiz. Question number 1. Describing a day in the life of a person dealing with the struggles of public transportation. What is the title of the 1981 Weird Al song that was a parody of a Queen song from the year before? The Queen song was Another One Bites the Dust. Weird Al's song was Another One Rides the Bus. Question number 2. Fresh out of medical school and trying his hardest to avoid a malpractice suit, on Weird Al's third studio album, Dare to Be Stupid, what was the title of the opening track that was a parody of a popular hit by Madonna? Instead of Like a Virgin, it was Like a Surgeon. Question 3. Now I'm mumbling and I'm screaming and I don't know what I'm singing. Crank the volume, ears are bleeding. I still don't know what I am singing. On his album, Off the Deep End, Weird Al parodied what band with those lyrics and even parodied their album cover on his as well? The song was Smells Like Nirvana. The band was Nirvana. Question number 4. Exactly the opposite lyrics of the pop, bubblegummy fluff of Miley Cyrus's original anthem. What was the title of Weird Al's 2011 parody song that follows a government agent who goes on assassination missions and participates in the torture of prisoners? Miley sang Party in the USA. Weird Al sang Party in the CIA. Question number 5. Weird Al parodied the hairstyle of the hip-hop artist Coolio on his Bad Hair Day album cover and parodied Coolio's biggest song on one of his most popular tracks ever. In what Weird Al song does he party like it's 1699? The answer is Amish Paradise. Question 6. Chocolate's getting old. Vanilla just leaves me cold. There's just one flavor good enough for me. What is the title of the Weird Al parody version of the 1981 Joan Jett and the Blackhearts cover version of the British band Arrow's 1975 song? The answer is I Love Rocky Road. Question number 7. From his album Straight Outta Linwood, Weird Al has a parody of Green Day's song American Idiot. In the parody version, the singer tells of the stereotypical American view of what country's way of life, and also exhibits a satire of American xenophobia. That country is Canada. The song is Canadian Idiot. Question number 8. After being forced to wreck by his hibachi dealer covering his eyes while driving, in what 1994 Weird Al song does he realize that black is white, up is down, and short is long, and everything you thought was just so important doesn't matter? Everything You Know Is Wrong was the name of that song. Question number 9. What 1996 Weird Al song is a parody of the song Lump by the alternative rock group The Presidents of the United States of America that also parodies a very popular Tom Hanks movie from 1994? It's not Lump, it's Gump. Question number 10. In what 1984 spoof of Michael Jackson's 1983 hit single does Weird Al sing about an exasperated parent attempting to get their picky child to eat properly, much less eat anything at all? The title of that song was called Eat It. Question number 11. My Sharona was a hit song recorded in 1979 by The Knack. What was the title of the parody song that Weird Al recorded while he was a student at California Polytechnic State University about his favorite lunch meat? Weird Al's song was called My Bologna. Question number 12. A parody of the 1982 song Mickey by Tony Basil. What was the title of the 1983 song by Weird Al that focuses on the sitcom I Love Lucy and ends with a segment of the theme from the sitcom? Tony Basil sang Hey Mickey. Weird Al says Hey Ricky. Question 13. Since La Bamba is a traditional folk song that is not attributed to any specific writer, Weird Al did not have to seek permission or pay royalties to anyone for what 1988 parody song sung in a bad Italian accent about Italian food? His song was called Lasagna. Question 14. A parody of Under the Bridge and Give It Away, both by the Red Hot Chili Peppers and featuring the same funk rock musical style. What 1993 Weird Al song appeared in the soundtrack for the 1994 live-action movie version of The Flintstones? That song was called Bedrock Anthem. Question number 15. Another Michael Jackson song parody, this one spoofing his song Bad. What 1988 Weird Al Grammy Award-winning song actually makes a good sequel to the song Eat It, because in it he refers to himself as the King of Cellulite? The song is called Fat. Question 16. At 11 minutes and 23 seconds, it is the longest song Weird Al has ever recorded. In it, a made-up person wins a first-class one-way ticket to what city? That is also the title of the 1999 song. This is my favorite Weird Al song. It is called Albuquerque. Question number 17. A parody of It's All About the Benjamins by Puff Daddy. It focuses on the narrator's obsession with his computer's hardware. What is the name of the song that reflects this in its title with its referral to the line of Intel microprocessor chips that were popular in the late 90s? Weird Al said, "It's all about the Pentiums." Question 18. From his third album, Dare to Be Stupid, from 1985, this Weird Al song is a parody of the song Lola by the Kinks. Inspired by the events of the movie The Empire Strikes Back, the song is told from the point of view of Jedi in training Luke Skywalker and concerns his dealings with who? Concerns his dealings with Yoda. Question number 19, parodying the song Misery by Soul Asylum. What 1996 Weird Al song is about one man's addiction to television and mentions a lot of popular TV shows like Three's Company, Partridge Family, Dynasty, and of course, Jeopardy?
That's a good one too. Syndicated
This
Incorporated.
Is another good song. It's called Syndicated Incorporated. And question 20. Weird Al Yankovic's first song to be certified platinum by the RIAA was what 2006 Billboard Top 10 hit that parodies the song Ridin' by Chamillionaire and Crazy Bone and refers to his hobbies of comic books, action figures, and playing Dungeons and Dragons? He's not riding dirty, he is white and nerdy. If everything goes as scheduled and coronavirus has not ruined my travel plans, then this morning I left London, England, headed for Las Vegas, Nevada. Today's quiz, which will be from the appropriately chosen category of gambling, will be the first of 25 quizzes that I have pre-recorded to play each day while I'm gone on vacation. Stay tuned after this quiz for more information. Now for gambling. Question 1. What is the primary difference between American roulette and European roulette? The answer is the number of zeros on the wheel. Question 2. In Texas Hold'em poker, what is the name of the fourth community card revealed in a hand? The answer is the turn. Question 3. How much is an ace worth in a standard game of blackjack? The answer is a 1 or 11, whichever benefits you the most. Question 4. In horse race betting, if you bet a horse to show, what does that horse have to do in order for you to win? The answer is place first, second, or third. Question 5. What playing card is known as the Curse of Scotland? The answer is the 9 of diamonds. Question 6. Which Asian city is known as the Monte Carlo of the Orient due to its large casinos such as the Venetian and the Lisboa? The answer is Macau. Question 7. In Texas Hold'em poker, what is considered the worst possible starting hand? The answer is a 7-2 offsuit. Question 8. The Kissing Kings are the two kings that meet in the middle of a newly opened deck of cards. What two suits are the Kissing Kings? The answer is clubs and diamonds. Question 9. As of 2020, what is the biggest casino coming in at over 600,000 square feet in the United States of America? The answer is the WinStar World Casino in Oklahoma. Question 10. When playing Pai Gow poker, how many cards do you receive from the dealer? The answer is 7. Question 11. What term do casino employees and those familiar with the industry use for gamblers who are extremely wealthy and gamble extremely loose? They call them whales. Question 12. When gambling on horse racing, what is the name for a bet in which the person betting picks the first 3 finishers of a race in the correct order? The answer is the trifecta. Question 13. Wild Bill Hickok was shot in the back while playing poker. What were the cards he was holding that are now referred to as the dead man's hand? The answer is aces and eights. Question 14. When a poker player throws or drops his chips towards the middle, rather than neatly placing them in the center of the table, what is the commonly used phrase for what he is doing? The answer is splashing the pot. Question 15. In a game of craps, what are the boxcars? The answer is when both dice show 6s. Question 16. If you add up all the numbers on a standard American or European roulette wheel, what number will you get? The answer is 666. Question 17. In the game of blackjack, what does it mean if your initial 2 cards are a hard hand? The answer is no aces. Question 18. Besides a tie, What are the other two options to bet on in a standard game of Baccarat? The answer is player and banker. Question 19. In casino and gambling terminology, what is a toke? The answer is a tip to the dealer, short for token of appreciation. Question 20. In sports gambling, what do you call the wager where you bet on a team to win by a certain number of points over another team? The answer is the spread. All right, that is it for today. At this point, it should be noon Central Standard Time. I don't think I'll actually be in Las Vegas yet. But by the time you watch this, I may be in Las Vegas. It's early in the season. Hello.
All right. We're winding down. Still got over 20 people in the chat, which is awesome. I think everybody fell asleep and left their computer on. But this is Artie Quizman's favorite trivia. This is some of my favorite questions that pop up on trivia quizzes. I'm going to go for another 16 minutes. That'll be midnight. Then it'll officially be my birthday. And yeah, that'll be my stopping point. That's a 6-hour live trivia quiz with only 60 questions. That's not a very good question per hour rate, but hopefully you guys have enjoyed it. I'm going to pop up a few more. I'm going through all of the comments that I couldn't read while I was doing the early part of the episode. So far, I'm at 8 different countries of people that have joined us on live. So 8 different countries plus who knows how many different states. So pretty awesome. Like I said, I'm going to go for about 15 more minutes until the very end. When it hits my birthday, I'm going to hang it up, call it a night. Thank you guys. Enjoy the rest of these trivia quizzes.
Carrying layer and a blood-carrying vessel. The word we're looking for is a vein. Question number 3. In the 1990s, Mel Gibson provided both the dialogue voice and the singing voice for what main Disney character in one of the studio's classic animated films? The answer is John Smith. Question number 4. In the northeastern region of the United States called New England, what is the only one of those 6 states that does not have any border that touches the Atlantic Ocean? The answer is Vermont. Question number 5 from one of my favorite movies. In National Lampoon's Vacation, the Griswolds head across the country in their station wagon towards what fictional theme park? The theme park in National Lampoon's Vacation is Wally World. Question number 6. What is the name of the green reptilian-like bounty hunter that Han Solo kills in the cantina at Mos Eisley on Tatooine? That thing's name was Greedo. Question number 7. What musical group holds the distinction of having their song, Video Killed the Radio Star, be featured as the first ever music video on MTV? The answer is the Buggles. Question number 8. To be officially designated as a hurricane, the tropical storm must have sustained winds of at least how many miles per hour? It is not a hurricane until the winds reach 74 miles per hour. Question number 9. Originally designed as a retail window decoration, when people asked to buy the train instead of the window merchandise, Joshua Cohen decided to go into business selling train sets, and in the early 1900s founded what company? That is the origin story of Lionel Manufacturing Company. Question 10. This is a short one, but it always pops up on pub quiz trivias, and the answer is always the same. What is the hardest natural substance in the human body? In the human body, the hardest is tooth enamel. Question number 11. The first flag used in the Texas Revolution, the Gonzales flag, featured simply a lone star, a cannon, and what 4 words on it? The flag said, "Come and take it." Question number 12. Released in 1984, the horror film Nightmare on Elm Street takes place in the fictional city of Springwood in what U.S. state? The fake town of Springwood is in the real state of Ohio. Question 13, this one pops up a lot. What is the only American state that seceded from another American state that seceded from the United States of America during the Civil War? So what U.S. state seceded from a state that seceded from the Union? Virginia seceded, and West Virginia seceded from Virginia. Question 14. The American multinational restaurant chain and international franchise Pizza Hut was founded in 1958 in what city by Dan and Frank Carney? The answer is Wichita, Kansas. Question number 15. Two-time Super Bowl winner John Matuszak was more famous for playing what character in the 1985 movie The Goonies than he was for playing football? John Matuzak played Sloth. And question number 16. Where were Lady Jane Grey and William Wallace both held immediately before their executions? The answer is the Tower of London. Question 17. People always get tired of me asking this question whenever I meet new people or I'm playing video games. What are the names of the 4 colorful ghosts in Pac-Man? Those ghosts each have a name. What are they? The answer is Inky, Blinky, Pinky, and Clyde. Speaking of names, question 18. Outfitted with a scarf, a chef's hat, and 2 big blue eyes and a soft, warm chuckle when poked in the stomach, what is the real name of the Pillsbury Doughboy? His real name is Poppin' Fresh. Question number 19. A common question about the 50 U.S. states. What is the only U.S. state that only borders one other U.S. state? The only state it borders is New Hampshire. Maine is the only state that only touches one state. Question number 20. A little Christmas question for you. Using Orphan Annie's Secret Society decoder pin, what secret message does Ralphie reveal in the movie A Christmas Story? He's a little disappointed because the message is be sure to drink your Ovaltine. All right, that is it for today. Thank you for watching today's trivia quiz. This was just a little easy, random trivia quiz before we start our 30-day autumn trivia challenge. That starts tomorrow. It's going to be very similar to these. These are just some of my favorite questions and some of the ones that I always ask. So there will be a lot of new questions coming up in the Autumn Trivia Challenge, and there will be 30 days of random trivia quizzes. So if you like that, which it seems like most people do, rather than the very specific categories, they really like the random trivia. So if you enjoy random trivia, the next month, all of October, will be a good month for you to tune in to Road TRIpVIA. Whether or not you're driving anywhere, you can tune in every day around noon Central Standard Time. We'll have a new quiz popping up. 21 questions, mostly random subjects. Some questions you may have heard on this channel.
Hello, and welcome to Road TRIpVIA, your once-a-day road trip trivia quiz.
Like and subscribe below. Leave a comment below
for what you think the next trivia should be. Tune in every day, 12 p.m. Central Time. We stand from London, England. TRIpVIA! Live fast, die young. Move DeLoreans to it fast. Hello, and welcome to Road Trivia. Your once a day.
Hello, and welcome to Road TRIpVIA. No, that's right. No! Something about Central Standard Time. Yeah, a long time ago. Hello, and what? And
Hello, welcome to Road Trivia.
hello. Road TRIpVIA. Oh, fucking.
Hello, and welcome to Road Trivia. Okay, actually. Road Trivia. Your once a day Road Trivia.
Hello.
I have no idea.
TRIpVIA. Your once a day Road TRIpVIA. It's only.
Oh, well.
Welcome to Clear Lake, California. You're watching Road TRIpVIA, your once-a-day road trip trivia quiz, and the best trivia channel on YouTube. Be sure to like and subscribe.
Hello and welcome to Road TRIpVIA, the once-a-day road trip trivia quiz, brought to you from Lancaster in Lancashire, England. This is Lancaster Castle, a beautiful historic town in northern England.
All right, I think we're wrapping up. Let's see if we got one more good one. I'll do Albertsland one more time.